Out unless you stay up really, really late, you're not going to see stars. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're there late enough. We were there in early December, so that was 24-hour sunlight.
Right. Well, I was hoping for
Uh,
some good noon sights, but that may be unlikely.
I had some flat earther tell me that I told him that there was 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica when I was there, and it's not a it's not CGI. He said, "Well, there's a difference between sunlight and daylight."
Who said that?
Some flat earther, I forget who it was.
Right.
You know, they all they all sound the same anyway, so it's kind of hard to keep them
That's very,
apart.
very true. Did anyone
Think
follow my adventures with the Bevians?
Oh, a little bit of it.
He had he had a piece. He had one of those things where you present something, then he discusses it and sort of lies about it. He had that last night, but essentially, I tried to avoid the straw man, do exactly what Bev says. Say, okay, here are your definitions. And here we have a 9-step argument that shows that it leads to a contradiction. But they sort of followed the whole thing through and said, yeah, we agreed with that. And I said, are you sure? Are you really, really sure? Do you really think that number 7 follows from number 6 and all that kind of thing? They didn't see it coming until really the final step, and then all hell broke loose.
Hey, folks.
Hey, Bob.
I just want to let you know, I think I finally resolved that issue with the stream. So the stream should be running live now.
Yay.
Yay.
How's
You know,
Missy,
it's just one of
Dr.
those
Bob?
things that, that computer has to be restarted every day in order to function properly. And I didn't restart it today. And it took quite a bit to do it remotely, but I got it done.
How's Missy doing, Dr. Bob?
She's doing great. She's chasing Otis. Otis is being a little ginger around her and not chasing her. I think he realizes that she is quote unquote hurt. So he's being very gentle with her. He's a good cat.
Oh, you trained them well, Dr. Bob.
Yeah, that's right. It's all those talks that I had with him on how to treat ladies.
Yes.
Bob,
Yeah.
about the cat and the foxes, urbanized foxes don't really get into fights with cats.
They don't.
Nope.
Wonder why not?
I don't think foxes want to get hurt.
Yeah.
So my cat, I looked out the front window one day and my cat was in the front garden, sat next to two fox cubs and the mother fox. And then they walked out of the garden and she just followed them up the street, all 4 in a row. It was hilarious.
Probably thought
And she's a small cat. She's a little tuxedo.
Well,
Oreo.
my wife went out the door the other day and there was a god awful racket going out there. There was this black cat in our yard, and he and Otis were just having at it. And, I mean, to the point that I was expecting blood and fur on the snow. But Otis got his business taken care of, walked back in, didn't have a scratch on him. He definitely got the better of the two. He's a scrapper when he wants to be, but normally he's just pretty chill.
There was a little incident this afternoon. I was at the park and sitting in my car, just doing some text messages. And I noticed there was a cat playing with a mouse in the park, in the car park. And eventually it kind of got to that thing where it was just sitting there waiting for the dead mouse to move. And this dog owner came along with this really, really aggressive dog. And the dog started barking and barking at the cat. And the cat was just like, "You're on a lead. There's nothing you can do." The cat just completely ignored the dog.
Well,
the dog was going crazy.
I've got 3 dogs. And every now and then, I've got this beagle. named Milo that's a little too smart for his own good. And he realizes that during the winter, for some reason, the laundry room door can be popped. So what he'll do is he'll bump it with his nose until he pops the door. And then he'll go out and go right to the trash and immediately raid the trash. And, you know, the girls, the pit bulls generally just kind of hang out in there, but sometimes they'll come on out. All three of them just kind of walk right by Otis. You know, Otis is just sitting there hanging. I think he says hi to him as they pass. But they, you know, they don't seem to get into any sort of a disagreement. As a matter of fact, when Otis took off once, he ended up on a farm about 8 miles north of town, hanging out with 4 dogs and eating their food. And, you know, he'd just kind of sit there and chill with them. And, you know, they were all pretty chill together.
He's got
And, you know,
dog body language.
got dog bite. Yeah, he's what we call a cat dog out here. You know, he acts like a dog, but he's a cat.
Yep.
You know, when he wants his treats at night, he'll come on in and he'll sit down and just wait for us to give him his treats. And he's getting Missy trained so that she sits down, and that's her sign that she's going to get treats too. So they just kind of, then they get into the catnip together and roll around. You know, they just roll around on the floor next to each other. They're just amusing little critters. And the dogs are really cool too. They kind of come on in and hang out with us once in a while.
I was watching the assembly stream for the Astrolabe.
Yep.
What was
Otis
the
came-
outcome? You were trying to drill a hole or something.
Yeah, I'm going to go get a Dremel tool on the way home tonight. And I want that whole square, and it's just
Yep.
off square a little bit
Right.
because the reed isn't moving as smoothly as I would like it to be because it's off center just a little bit.
So, are you aware that that's where we get the root of the word reticulate from?
No, I'm not. I
Yep.
always thought rate meant. I always thought reed meant web.
Yeah, that's right.
Net.
When something's reticulated,
Yeah,
yeah, it's got like a webby kind of pattern on it.
yeah, but I thought we had web before we had reed.
No, it's the Latin word, isn't it? You know,
Yes.
And it was also the name of one of the types of gladiators that would fight with a net.
Yes. Now
So,
the Arabs don't call it a net; they call it a spider.
Yep.
And you know, it's just a fascinating.
Well,
little-
not many fish in the desert, so
Yeah, but they got some camel spiders that'll have their own zip code.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm sitting down playing with it a little bit. Now, I was trying to figure out how to tell time with it. And, you know, obviously it's solar time rather than clock time, so I understood that. But I was going through it and man, I was way off. And then I went and looked at date and time for my area, and solar noon is at like at 12:50. So, I mean, the correction for my particular area is 50 minutes.
wow, almost an hour.
Yeah, almost an hour because I'm only, you know, I'm approximately 6 degrees from the center of Central Time Zone.
Right.
I'm much closer to Central Time Zone than I am to Eastern Time Zone. You know, I'm 9 degrees from the center of Eastern Time Zone. So, you know, I'm actually a lot closer to Chicago time here than
It's
anything else.
it's much easier
Yeah.
for us. I mean, you know, I'm quite near zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to run and go to work. I'll be right back.
I'm not sure. I might be a little closer to zero.
You're east.
I'm east. Yeah, I'm 1.4 degrees east.
Yeah. I was out cycling in the near not a million miles from. Have you ever heard of Bishop Stortford?
I only used to have to drive past a very large airport on the outskirts of Bishop Stortford,
Called Stansted.
called Stansted, every week when I used to drive from Royal Air Force Neatishead back down to Hornchurch.
There you go. So a bit to the west of there, there's a place called Puckeridge,
Yeah.
and there's a a bridge that goes over the A10, and it's exactly at 0 degrees. And so my friend Ian and I were on our bikes, and we stopped and realised there was actually a plaque set into the pavement, and you can stand with one foot in the Eastern Hemisphere and the other foot in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, a bit like they do at.
So there's probably, as I say, there's probably plaques like that all the way up the country on the 0 meridian. I didn't know they were outside of London.
Yeah, I knew there was them at where they have Greenwich.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I have got a photo somewhere with one foot one foot in each half of the world.
Well, of course, according to the GPS system, our 0 meridian markings in Greenwich are in the wrong place, aren't they?
Are they?
Yes.
No.
WGS 84 doesn't agree with where they're playing. Well, you know.
Well, the whole world has to adjust because they're not going to move the line at Greenwich, are they?
No, it's one of those weird things, you know, because continental drift.
Didn't they have to relocate everywhere in Australia by about 1 meter because of that?
I don't know. I remember watching an episode of Time Team, and they went back to some site that had been previously done.
Yeah.
And it had a GPS survey.
Yep.
It turned out the GPS survey was at that point then completely worthless.
By how much?
Well, remember how the Americans used to encrypt the bottom couple of bits, so that you could only get limited accuracy.
Accuracy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then they stopped doing that.
Right.
Yeah, it screwed the pooch on the entire.
Well, you could write a computer program to correct for that.
Yeah, but when you're in the field and you've got 3 days to find something.
Yeah, that's why you have people that can write Python.
Yeah, but this was
on your team.
Yeah, I mean, this was. I think this was something but this was something this was the first time they'd. I think this was one of the very first times this ever came up, because when they changed it, it shifted the whole damn GPS grid.
I do recall that a few years ago, apparently the United Kingdom had to be moved over 1 meter.
It took a lot of people with big levers to do that.
Yep. Yeah, you need big levers. But, you know, the way they looked at it is they said, well, we're going to we can still probably find Heathrow.
Yep.
You know, we could probably see it from the new position. So, you know, they kind of called that good.
Yeah. Yeah, so the whole of Australia was remapped, wasn't it, in the past few years because of this?
Is it still in the Southern Hemisphere?
Oh, it hasn't moved far.
All right. Well, God, they absolutely hated my video this morning, man. That kind of pisses me off.
Who?
Oh, I mean, nobody's, you know, I mean, I did the hour angles for sextants and how to find.
I haven't watched it yet. That's on my to-do list.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I've got like 300 people that watched it all day. You know, it's just one of those things. I think everybody wants to see me rip Flurf's new tail end.
Yep.
I don't think the educational ones are quite as popular. I'll probably stick those over on my STEM channel.
Yeah. The casual way that you do maths just like boggles my mind, because I'm like, I can't keep up. I have to, if I want to do that stuff, I have to code it. I can't just write it on a piece of paper.
You know, I think the key to it is visualize it. Visualize what you're doing.
Yep.
And, you know, that's why lots of times when I do it, I like to draw it out first. And then I said, okay, well, I see a triangle here. I can solve this triangle. And by solving this triangle, I get that answer, and then I get that answer, and then I get these two answers, and life's good.
Hmm.
I see Bjorn's here, but he's ignoring me.
The
I think
socialist
he's
spark.
ignoring all of us.
Well, I'm going to finish up that astrolabe tonight. I'm going to go grab that Dremel tool, and I'm going to get that hole nice and square.
So that hole had to be in the middle, yeah?
Yes, it did.
Why was it not there?
Great question. And why don't the holes exactly line up? I learned something for that. If I ever do this in the future, I'm gonna assemble it and then drill that hole to make sure it's perfect.
Yeah, so what you can do is you can pack the center disc. Oh no, hang on a minute. No, you got to get I think you've got to get the center disc in and then put the outer disc so it's spaced out the right amount all the way around, rather than glue the outer disc on, the outer ring on first. That would be a big mistake doing that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But I got to thinking about this a little bit. Those astrolabes are fun little tools, but the problem is they're relatively small, and people charge an awful lot for them. I had a look at a Glowforge the other day. I don't know if you guys have seen those laser cutters, but it kind of got me thinking. You can get the design for an astrolabe and design it for any latitude you want and put any face on it that you want.
So when you order it, is it made to order?
That one was, yes. The wooden one was. The brass one is not. The brass one is actually marked specifically for a latitude, and that latitude is not mine. That's marked for 40 degrees 58 minutes north.
So is that just a problem with the design of astrolabes, that they are local to where you are?
Well, you have to, in order to make it right and make it read right, you have to put your latitude in. Now, the one that I have is an astrolabe, a universal astrolabe de Roja, and it's got a special plate on the back of it that you can actually dial in your latitude and use that to tell the time.
Right.
And you can get a very accurate time with it within about 5 minutes of true time once you make the corrections.
I watched a video about that, using the back to get the time.
Yeah, the other side, the regular side of the astrolabe, if you're at the right latitude, will be just as accurate. But if you're off, like I'm 3 degrees off. So what I'm doing is I'm actually looking at it and just kind of doing some mental exercises with it. And I'm seeing whether or not maybe if I drop my sun settings 3 degrees, that'll read correctly. I'm thinking it probably should. So in other words, if my sun is at 21 degrees and I'm at 44 degrees north and the astrolabe is built for 41 degrees north, to be honest with you, if I put 3 extra degrees and made it 24 degrees, it should read correctly, at least in my thought. So I'm going to test that out a little bit.
It might not.
Yeah, but it might not.
Yeah. You need to visualize that very carefully.
Yeah.
So, I think it's fascinating that these things are so ancient, and they just really understood what was going on.
2200
and the fact that the astrolabe even exists means they absolutely knew it was a globe.
Oh, yeah. And the armillary sphere may even be older than the astrolabe, and it is it's got some inherent errors in it because it's a geocentric model, and we don't have a geocentric model.
Yep.
But it's very good for what it does, and if you understand the limitations. Now, one guy, the thing that drives me insane is that I never can pronounce his name correctly. Is it Tycho Brahe?
Brahe, I think.
Brahe.
Yeah.
It's Brahe.
I think it's Brahe, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. At
I'm
least
probably wrong.
that's how I remember Cool Hard Logic pronouncing it.
Yeah, but he was a visual astronomer. He just used his Mark I eyeball. But he had some really fascinating instruments. And one of the things that I'm kind of interested in is I like these old astronomical instruments. You know, saw a guy the other day came up with what he called a helochronographer or a helochronograph, which is a
Was it
sundial.
a helio chronograph?
Yeah, heliochronograph, and
Right.
it's accurate to like a minute.
Wow. Okay.
And you know, there are adjustments for your latitude. There's an adjustment for the equation of time on a particular day.
Did this appear in your YouTube feed?
Yes.
I've had the same one show up. I think it's because we're looking at Astrolabe tutorials and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But it's really nice. Now, Brahe had developed something called a mural sextant. Are you familiar with that?
So on the wall, is it?
Yeah, it's like 10 or 20 yards in diameter.
Oh, right.
And what he
Very
would
accurate, right?
And what he would do is he would use that to monitor the altitude of stars.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was very common. You would have armillary spheres. You would have one of these angle devices like that, like a mural sextant that was maybe 1 or 2 yards in diameter and set up on a pedestal. And you would use that. You know, sometimes it would take 2 or 3 people to use it. But you would use that to find the altitudes, and that's really what superseded the astrolabe was instruments such as that. And then they would actually even mount telescopes on those things.
Mm.
And now we can do some absolutely amazing stuff with the mounts on our telescopes. I mean, there's just so much. I'm going to spend years doing this. Eventually, I'd like to start tracking asteroids and looking for unidentified space objects and stuff. I've got to learn how to track low Earth orbit satellites first. There's some good software out there, but I haven't really spent much time playing with it. During the winter, I have so few days that I can actually observe, and I've got a broken mount right now. I've got a right ascension motor that's gone bad, I think.
I still remember the first time I saw the moons of Jupiter with a little pair of binoculars. It was just fantastic.
It is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. And then
you see so much more detail when you use your eyeball too.
Yeah. And you watch them. You look at them an hour later, they've moved. And just 1 hour, they've moved.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
But if you use binoculars or you do visual astronomy, you get so much better color and contrast because your eye is much more sensitive than the astronomy cameras that we use.
Right.
You know, the astronomy cameras, of course, can see other wavelengths and you can put filters on them and such. You know, you can do that to some extent with visual astronomy as well.
Mm. Yeah, but we see the blue of the blue stars and we see the orange color of the orange stars. We actually see it, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, you know, since you brought up Jupiter is interesting to look at visually as well. Because when you're dealing with an astronomy camera, even a good one like I have, you have a choice generally. You can either see detail in Jupiter or you can see the moons. You can't see both of them. With your eyeball, you can. You can see the stripes in Jupiter and you can see the moons.
Is this because of the brightness difference?
Well, your eye, I think, is just so much more sensitive than you know, your standard commercial grade camera.
Yeah, I think it's because.
Actually, it's not. Your eye is not more sensitive.
No.
But it works better.
What it is you can adjust faster. When you look from one object to the other, you can your eye just adjusts extremely quickly. Well, it's not really your eye; it's your brain that's doing the adjusting.
But you know what I mean. I'm not saying necessarily the number of pixels in my eyeball are different, but my eye works better.
No, I'm sorry, but the dynamic range that is I think the range of tones that can be recorded by a digital camera is more than your eye can do. Actually, I think. So
Well, it depends if the astronomer is male or female.
we both talking at the same time. Sorry.
It depends if the astronomer is male or female. You know, men see about 7 colors and women see about 50.
No.
No.
Men
Really?
don't know what peach and tangerine are. You know, they're fruits to us, but they're colors to women.
So I used to notice that I had, if I blinked one eye to the other eye, I would see that one of my eyes was seeing more magenta than the other eye. You ever tried that one? Just look at a white ceiling and just blink from one eye to the other and see
Gotta
if you
go to
see
work.
colour
Right
shift.
back.
Okay.
I just hate my new glasses
Because?
well, let's just say I get terrible pincushion distortion from them.
Oh,
If
be careful going downstairs.
If I tilt my head, so that I look at the top edge of my monitor,
Yeah.
through the center of the glasses,
Yeah.
it's straight.
Yeah.
More or less. If I look at the bottom edge of it, it's somewhat the shapes you see when you look at a photograph of our planet from high altitude.
You've kind of got quite a strong prescription then.
I've got a lot of prism in my right eye because since I've had the Bell's palsy, my right eye don't point in the same bloody direction as my left eye, does it? When
No.
left with some devices.
Yeah, I get
So they're sorting it too.
Yeah, I get some slight distortion with my varifocals, but not a lot.
I can't wear varifocals because you said about being careful about going down the stairs.
Yeah.
When I walk, I spend a lot of time looking at my feet.
Right.
Because my balance is so bad to start with.
So earlier on this,
when I said that to the optician, they were like, "Okay, well, in that case, you need 2 pairs of glasses because you need readers and I was really surprised to find that I got 2 NHS vouchers. So
that's handy.
yeah, I didn't have to pay for a pair.
So the warning that I was given by the optician about my varifocals came into full effect earlier this year when I went to step across a gap onto the gunwale of a boat, and my tip of my toe wasn't quite where I thought it was, and I caught the edge of the roof of the boat. There's like a handrail. And I found myself hanging from the roof with my feet in the water, my legs up to the knees in the water. So I'm sort of hanging there in this cold green water, and I couldn't quite get my knee up onto the gunwale. I couldn't quite do it. So eventually I thought, right, okay, and I managed to get one toe onto the bank behind me, and then the other toe, and then of course I'm now sort of like a catenary. I'm kind of like bent forwards, with my hips forwards and hanging, and I just managed to gather enough strength to push myself back up. And I looked around, and what was amazing was that immediately prior to that, there were about 25 people next to the building, which was where, on the canal side there where I was. And when I got back up, as I sort of saved myself, I looked around, there was nobody there.
I wonder why. I must have been sat there watching you laughing, but
Yeah, they all missed the entertainment, But I had visions of me going in, so this was quite deep water, and I would be stuck between the boat and the side, and that was not a good place to be,
No, that admittedly is the bad part.
Yeah, the boat was like 72 feet long, So...
Yeah, narrow boats tend to be a bit on the long side, don't they?
Yep.
I've never quite worked out why though. You know, it's
Well, it's to get the maximum amount of load in. That's what
yes,
it's
yes, because by definition the damn things are narrow, aren't they?
Yep.
And you've got to have them. You know, they didn't want to make the canals any wider than they had to.
Yeah. What is amazing though is how you can just move one with one hand and it weighs like 35 tons, you know, or whatever it weighs. You know, you can just literally push it with one hand and it will, you know, as long as you just apply pressure over a long enough time, it will move.
Yeah, you kind of lean against it, and then the next thing you know, the bloody thing moves.
Yep.
A bit, a little bit, just a little bit later, suddenly the thing starts going, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it don't stop until it gets hooked up on the end of the bit of rope, does it?
Yeah. I had to yell at somebody back in the summer because they had there was a boy on the front of one of these, and these people had rented it.
Yeah.
And he put a boat hook out to stop the boat, and I said, "Let go of it." Straight, I just yelled at him because if it had contacted the ground, it would have gone right through him because he was trying to stop the full forward motion of the boat, and he held the pole was out in front of him. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's so dangerous, and I lectured the people on the back of the boat about it and said, look, you know, you've really got to understand that these things are dangerous, and you can get a really silly accident that you just would never ever get in normal life, you know.
Pressure and time.
Yep. So, yeah, that was a bit scary, that moment, but luckily I was actually there. So,
Momentum can be a dangerous thing.
yep. Because the kid, you know, had a big like 1/4-inch steel wall behind him, and he was going to try and stop the boat moving with this pole, which is, whoa, just don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also seen people have their foot on the side of the boat and the boat's moved off. And they've tried and tried and tried. I just think it's too late. There's nothing to splash. You know? They've done the splits. They've gone in. All you can do is fish them out, you know.
Gee, I wonder if that was caused by gravity.
I wonder.
I think it's every action has an equal or opposite reaction.
Yeah.
And then gravity
Newton was a bitch.
joins in. There's no way you're going to pull that boat back in by trying to use your leg muscles to bring it back. It's just not going to happen.
No. Nope, gravity always wins out at the end.
Yep.
I have a question for Bob. Completely non sequitur, but you know, these things suddenly pop in one's head and makes one think. How many runways have 2-digit heading numbers? How many runways have
All of them?
well? No, yeah, where the situation where the reciprocal heading is the same 2 digits reversed.
I don't know. I'd probably have to look at that a little closer.
Because I just looked for something on Google Earth, and I found the wrong airfield, but one of the runways was 31 and 13.
That's it.
I'm disappointed, Dr. Bob. I thought you had the answer to every question
Yeah.
known to humanity at your fingertips.
Yeah, of course, you have failed to observe the other airport, which is named similar arrangement, which is 1-3 and 3-1.
Yeah, they just have to be 18 apart. Yeah, somebody left a comment on one of my videos this morning that actually required thought. I don't like that before I have my coffee.
Does it change the taste of the coffee?
No, it just changes the purpose of the coffee.
Ah, got you.
Makes it less enjoyable.
Makes it less enjoyable because you need it to actually function.
I've got to go look up the question now.
Oh no, it had to do with my thing on Mitchell.
Well, okay. So
He disagreed with me on
everything.
No. He actually, he made a good point about the shadow of the Earth in the lunar eclipse, which is true, but didn't have any bearing on what I was talking about. But it's still something that needs to be explored. And the other thing is he questioned my geometry on the lunar eclipse, and my thought that it had to have come from the photograph had to have come from the southern hemisphere. So I'm going to have to look into the geometry of that a little bit. It was an excellent question, and it was an excellent criticism, but it does require a follow-up from me. So it's one of those things that make me think,
Was that on Bob the Science Guy?
No,
So is that Understanding Our Angles, that one?
No, that was today's video. No, it had to do a while ago. It was Mitchell and his problem with the eclipse. I think it's got a picture. It's the thumbnail's got 5 images of an eclipse on it.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Let's see what he says. Oh yeah. The straight line thing with Kyle Adams, yeah, as well. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was Kyle Adams who did it.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Yeah. Professor
It wasn't Mitchell,
Kyle
it
Adams.
was Kyle. That's right. But
Professor Kyle Adams, clearly.
Yeah.
From the Flat Earth Institute of Science.
Yep.
Yes. Drink.
Yep.
But in any event, it was a good criticism, and it's going to require a little thought. One is obvious, and I left it out for a reason. There are a lot of different levels that you can discuss things. And if you're trying to talk about a particular aspect of something, you don't necessarily have to do the really in-depth discussion of it. You can gloss over a few things. And he pointed out some of the things that I'd glossed over. Now, I did it on purpose, of course, because I'm well aware of what he's talking about. But, enough people talk about things like that, the non-parallel light rays of the sun, that it probably ought to be addressed. But the other one I'm not so sure on. I'm going to have to actually look at the geometry of it. But you see what I mean? One is, just pointing out a fact, and the other one is a legitimate criticism.
I've not found it yet, so I've. Can you actually search the comments if they haven't? They don't all load at once, so that's the problem. There's lots of them.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah. So it's actually from Mitchell.
No, it's not. It was an actual real comment from somebody that knew what they were talking about.
Oh, okay, but you don't know who what the okay.
Drone.
Hmm?
Yes.
I just said hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Well,
Doing
we've all
fine.
been sat here waiting for you to show up.
I highly doubt that.
It might be true.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, that was an interesting program install interface.
What was that
They
for?
ask you to agree to a licensing agreement. They don't even show you.
Oh, one of those.
The license agreement is click on this link and we'll take you to the license.
Yeah. Well, you've just sold your house.
I hope not. But the next screen did say, "Be careful, this program might cook your phone."
Might cook your phone.
Yes,
Okay.
I got a new Samsung smartphone for Christmas. And
Yeah.
this is the Windows app. I finally managed to get a USB-C to USB-A, USB 3 Type A cable. So I finally plugged the phone into the computer today, and it then offered to download the Samsung program for making the phone be easy to do stuff with on the
Computer.
computer. And now it's getting across because I'd unplugged the phone.
So this is your first USB-C cable you've ever had. Have you been charging it?
This is the really annoying thing, right? The phone doesn't come with a charger anymore.
Yeah.
Doesn't come with headphones anymore.
Yeah.
And of course, this is the first phone I've had that needs headphones on USB-C. Oh, and they give you a USB-C to USB-C cable in the box for charging.
Yep.
And
welcome to the 21st century.
Yeah, and none of my hardware has got USB-C on it.
Yeah.
So my son-in-law, Christmas Day, my son-in-law's online ordering me a plug-in charger with USB-C output, so I can charge the bloody thing up.
Yeah.
When I get home and realise that actually transferring data from the phone to the computer using using Microsoft OneDrive over the Wi-Fi. And remember, I'm having to upload it. I'm having to take it from the phone over the Wi-Fi, upload it to Microsoft, and then download it from Microsoft back to the computer.
What phone is this?
So, yeah, I then got myself the data cable because,
What phone is this?
it's a Samsung Galaxy S21.
And they don't come with a charger?
Not
They
anymore.
don't. No, well, in the UK, there was it's so wasteful being given a charger with a new phone, because there's people with all these boxes full of chargers that they don't use because
Yeah, I got loads.
Well, yeah, but when you go from like one standard to another standard, it's bloody handy having it in the box, isn't it? And not having to order it separately.
Well, I think I bought 3 phones for my kids and a phone for me last year, and everyone had a charger in the box.
This is probably a thing for the UK. It's also why we don't get the headphones.
Yeah, but the thing
Because-
is, nobody orders Nokia 3310s in the UK anymore.
Ah, burn.
No, I loved my 3310. I had that for
33
years.
10's best phone in the world ever.
No, in fact, it was 3 Samsungs. But
Yeah,
that's it.
You can throw a 3310 at somebody and get it back in one piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they throw it back at you
Yeah.
after they come out of the hospital.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, you get the phone back in one piece after you've spoken to the surgeon nicely, who's removed it from their brain.
But they lasted for days and days and days on one charge.
Yeah.
I must have,
Actually, this S21 lasts for days if I don't if I use it with about
that's
the
why
regular.
that's because it's mostly battery. It's mostly a battery now. Your phone.
Yeah, and of course I tend not to use it very much.
Yeah. If I could replace the battery in my phone, I'd just keep it. You know, I wouldn't get another one, but I'm going to get another one. So.
Well, I've had it since Christmas. There are still, and I'm a little disappointed because there are now 5 people who know what the number is.
Is that bad?
Well, yeah, that's like that. Honestly, that's kind of 2 more people than I'd want phoning me on it.
Okay.
But it's kind of handy having a couple of my regular carers knowing the number.
Well, in a minute it's going to ring, and that's going to be me ringing you.
Yeah, right.
Well, I just use my Discord scrubbing program to find your number.
Well, Discord don't know the number, so you know.
Yeah, but you don't know what Discord really knows. You installed Discord on your phone, didn't you?
Shit.
Ah.
Actually, do you want to know something? I didn't install Discord on my phone.
Okay.
Somebody installed Discord on my phone for me.
There you go.
Completely set up and ready to go. Because I had an old an old Samsung Note 3
Right.
that I've been using for years without a SIM card in it, just off Wi-Fi. And it had been backed up. So when I started it up and then logged into my Google account, you know, once I'd logged in, the first thing it asked me to do was, did I want to synchronize it with the old phone? And I went, yes. I didn't realize it was going to install all the apps for me as well and set them up.
You know, next, I tried to send you a picture, but, you know,
Yeah.
you don't want to have friends either because it says you don't take direct messages to you. You know, that's...
Oh, okay. I need to explain that to you, right? Have you ever heard of NFTs?
What?
Have you ever heard of non-fungible tokens? NFTs.
No.
Okay, so I'm in certain Discord channels, and I was getting swamped with friend requests by bots.
Oh. Oh. I like bots. They are my best friends.
Yeah. So, so I'm monitoring those channels, but I don't really want to keep getting the friend requests. And unfortunately, in Discord, you can't say accept friend requests from this server. You can't do that kind of thing, as far as I know. You might be able to.
I didn't want to marry you. I just wanted to send you a picture.
No, I understand, but unsolicited mail, sort of thing.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, could you tell me what it was a picture of?
I'll stick it in. Let's see here. It's a good phone.
Isn't that the picture you just posted in?
No, that's
sorry,
not me.
Fred. That was Fred. Sorry.
There you go. That's 95% battery. That's a thick boy.
What am I looking at? Where did you put it?
In the 24/7 chat live.
Goes to the bottom. What the hell? What is that?
It's a phone, and it says on its this phone is it has 2G. It has good features like 2G and Bluetooth.
Is it from Czechoslovakia? Sorry, is it from the Czech Republic?
I don't know, man. Battery will last you for a week.
long easy. It says that's easy.
Oh god.
Is that easy or CZ? I can't tell.
Definitely Charlie Zulu.
Charlie Zulu. Yeah, okay, Charlie Zulu. Okay. That is. It looks really military, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a smartphone, but with a keyboard kind of thing.
Well, it seems like the thick part of that is full of battery. It seems so.
Yeah. It's different, isn't it?
Yeah, that's different.
I don't think it'd be very comfortable to text on, though.
Probably not.
Like you say, I get the feeling that's military police stroke security types for that. Where you need it to last a very long time.
It's only $3.99 on Alibaba.
Yeah, no. It's like nothing.
What? I'm joking. What? Okay, let's find it. We're going to find it. We're going to find out how much it costs. Here we go, guys. So
it's like £4 to buy here in Norway.
No.
Yeah. You can.
So I was about right then.
Yeah, you could probably use that battery for a month. That's
the hell.
Hey, it's 28 quid on. It's 28 quid on Amazon.
Holy, that's.
That's what you call a decent markup. Oh yeah. Smallest mini flip phone. £36. £36 on eBay. Oh, it's really small. Hang on a minute. This thing's really small. Is it really £4?
Yeah, I think I found a site here that sold them in bulk.
Okay.
Oh no, it's.
And maybe it's got a 10 amp hour battery.
Oh, I found one for $2.99.
Oh, that's a phone.
It said that, but then when I looked, this is a different phone anyway. This is not the foldy one.
I think this is some sort of auction, though. It's 40 hours left, so.
All right. World's small. I couldn't use that. My thumbs are too big.
Yeah.
Weigh 10 grams.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
10 grams. That's about right. Yeah.
It is ball. I just realized.
It's dinky. It's about the size of my thumb.
Look
It's-
at this picture.
But yeah, you see, the thing is, you know why they're that size, don't you?
Oh,
Huh?
so you can lose it?
No. Wait, so you can lose it in a certain part of your anatomy when you go in jail.
Oh, maybe that's a funky phone.
Yeah.
I want
In
one.
other countries, it's called the long BP.
I want one.
That's quite a thing, isn't it? Where's Gary tonight? Or PJ CNET? Where's PJ CNET?
Oh. No, does he come into tech? Does he come into the voice? Does he, PJC? No.
He has been in here.
He's here several hours ago.
What, in the voice?
No, just in the chat in YouTube.
All right.
Oh yeah, I haven't got the YouTube. I haven't got the YouTube. Better put the YouTube up, hadn't
Wait,
I?
hang on.
Give
Oh yeah, the
thoughts.
live chat's underneath, isn't it? No, hang on. Wait. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Just move.
Oh God, I've got Globe Busters up. What the hell? Hang on, what's going on here? Got it wrong. Common sense. There we go. Common sense.
Yeah, Fred Bailey. Of course, I want one of them phones with valves in them.
I apologise to the people in the chat. I wasn't observing the chat because it was stopped earlier. Is Wolfie still around?
60-20 or 30-10?
What was that?
60-20 or 30-10?
What's the 3010?
Well, Wolfie 60-20 is his full name, and
Right. Oh,
Planet Walk is also known as Wolfie 3010 because people have claimed that he's
I saw that on a video. It was yeah. A dirt-free area. There we go. Fred Bailey's being very complimentary there. We're just chatting nonsense here today.
Today?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. I see what you did there.
Oh,
Hey, Judy. Hey, how you doing there, drone?
Doing good. A few days off work and gonna spend my time here just relaxing.
When's the next video coming out?
Well, what year is it now?
I think it's 2025.
2025, about 2027.
Okay.
I'm actually making a video, but it's a oh god.
Memorial to your
Yes.
grandmother.
Yes. There you go.
I thought you were going to say a memorial for the flat Earth, but
I think that one is dead. That's been dead for a while.
but you could put your own, your own peculiar drone twist to it.
Oh yeah.
World's waiting for your videos, Bjorn.
No, it's not.
Here it is. I'm waiting patiently.
Yes. Oh.
So what the hell's Alan? What's he got on there?
Oh, that's currently I can't even say, currently that's on there. That is the Guildhall in the city of Norwich, photographed from the roof of the castle.
What guild is this? The Crazy Builders?
It's a guild. Well, it's the Guildhall, so it's for all of the guilds in the city.
Oh.
I don't know. It looks like some sort of an Illuminati joint to me.
Exactly.
It was.
It was.
Literally. It's real. It's a real thing. Ask David Icke.
And
Oh,
and back then they were basically the council in the city that controlled controlled all the stuff that wasn't controlled by the church or the king directly.
oh, has there been any other word on David Icke?
Don't know. That is a Norfolk superhighway in that image there.
Indeed.
That's a 5-laner.
Yep, you can get 5 people across that lane.
Skinny people.
Just not Americans, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's three Americans on that. It's a 3 American highway.
I like America.
I don't know those. Every time I go to England, every year the people seem to be getting bigger.
It's easy to escape. I've escaped from America 5 times now.
You know, Joe, it's they aren't really getting bigger. You're just getting older, and your vision is getting more blurry.
Yeah, well, that's gonna change next month, Bjorn.
Yeah, and when you go back to England the next time, you're gonna see they are skinny and happy and good looking. All of them.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Except me.
Okay, even David Icke.
Yeah, even David Icke.
So, is David Icke known around the world?
Oh my God, yeah.
Really?
Oh,
Wow.
he was banned a couple years ago. Oh, more than a couple years ago now. I don't know how many years it's been since we're now AC after COVID.
Mm.
But so time is marches in a strange pace these days. But he was barred from entering. He was supposed to go on a speaking tour in Australia and he was barred from entering the country.
Yeah. He was probably making quite a good income on YouTube before he screwed the pooch,
Yeah. Well, when he started calling the Queen a lizard person.
Oh, that was fine. No, that was acceptable on YouTube. That was perfectly, lizard. Think about it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
He did that on the BBC and got and that didn't hurt him on the BBC too much.
yeah. And they kept their royal warrant as well. Purveyors of television to the Queen.
But you ever see the fingers on that dude? He puts his hands up. He's got these crooked fingers.
Who?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry if he's, he looks like a space alien to me. But he's the lizard person.
He has very bad arthritis.
Okay.
That's what
Sure,
killed his
Alan.
football career, because his football career was killed by the arthritis.
Sure.
So-
I prefer to think he's a space alien. Yeah, we can stick with the lizard. We can stick with the arthritis smoke screen. That's okay.
Are you guys saying that he's kicked off YouTube?
I think his YouTube
Yeah,
channel.
I think
banned,
he's off YouTube.
So what kind of brilliance did he share with the community to get kicked off?
Probably about COVID.
Ah,
Well, he was on. He was even there's something. I don't
Does
know
he
if it's still. I don't know if it's still on YouTube. There was a channel called London Live or something like that, and he went on there beginning of COVID, and that video was taken down in like 3 seconds by YouTube.
and he is a professional football player, or
He
was?
was
He was.
in the 80s. Then he was a commentator, right, on the BBC.
Yes.
And he went on
Yep.
some chat show over in England and started talking about all these conspiracy theories and lizard people and all that crap. And that was the end of that part of his career.
He didn't go on a chat show. He went on the chat show. He went on with Sir Terry Wogan.
Did he get a lot of balls to his face when he was playing?
I think he might have done.
Yeah, and those soccer balls those balls back in those days were like cement bags compared to the new ones.
Yeah, because that was the late 60s, very early 70s. So, yeah, it would have been proper leather footballs.
Yeah, when they hit you in the head, when you they hurt.
Yeah. And just think about it. Whacking the ball with your head is an accepted part of the game.
Yeah, I know. That's why you have the same. You have the incidence of the what's it called, CET, that you have with NFL players with concussions.
Yeah.
Over some of the the footballers getting in their 50s and 60s have all those dementia like symptoms that they have NFL players have.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're supposed to make sure that you punch the ball with that bit across the top of your forehead where it's pretty well strong, but it's easy to miss, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's They should have a rule that only the Neanderthals can do the the headers. They had a bigger ridge on their forehead than Homo sapiens.
That's not. I don't think that's really the issue. The in behind your forehead, there are two protuberances that are quite sharp that go near the eye sockets, but they go inwards, and I think you actually damage your own brain on the inside of your skull.
Well, that's what a concussion is. A concussion is your brain moving inside your head, banging against the side, the inside walls of your skull.
Yeah.
And some people have much smoother side, inside their cranium. It's
Yeah.
a lot smoother. The other people have ridges and all that kind of stuff. And so some people are more susceptible to trauma with head trauma and concussions than other people.
Yep.
So, well, I never did a header. I was lazy and I didn't like to run. And I was the tallest guy on the team, so I was the goalkeeper. So
when I used to play cricket, they used me as the stumps. What? I had 3 legs.
you were the wicket.
Yeah, that's what the stumps are.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
Sure.
apoplexy is not permitted.
Oh my God, cricket. Oh, jeez. Although I must say, one of the funniest things I've ever heard in sports was we were at when I was a kid. I must have been maybe I forget, and we used to go to a couple 2 or 3 baseball games, Phillies games in Philadelphia a year. And my dad was all excited. He says, "We're going to go down and we're going to go to the restaurant at I forget what it's called at Veterans Stadium." Um, and before the game, so we went down and we're sitting there eating dinner, and there was these American guy and a guy from Australia sitting at the table behind us, and the American was trying to explain the rules of baseball to this Australian guy, and it was absolutely hysterical. Then you realize how screwy the rules are in baseball when you hear someone trying to explain them to somebody from Australia that had no idea. That was pretty funny.
It's thanks to England playing Australia that Test matches are now limited to only 5 days.
How about in the Ashes?
Yeah, well, that was the problem. They had to change the rules of cricket because originally in a Test match there was no limit on how long it could take. Yeah, and then there's one particularly long match is going on, and the England team have to get the boat back from Melbourne, I think, to go back to London.
Yeah, Melbourne.
You know,
They have
and,
the.
they can't not get on it because the next boat's not for like 3 months
Oh, jeez.
because there's only the one ship doing the route.
Is that before airplanes?
Yeah, pretty much. So they then introduced the 5 day limit for the length of a Test match.
I took a tour of the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and that was fascinating. I was fascinated by the whole spectacle of cricket and all the behind the scenes stuff in the locker rooms, and they still. We signed up for emails. I still get emails from the Melbourne Cricket Grounds. I still don't understand the game at all, but that's okay.
It's right. Most British people don't understand it. So
I watch it on TV, and I have no idea what the hell's going on. I just know if the ball hits the wicket, they're out, and if they catch the ball in the air, you're out.
no, that's not necessarily true.
No,
No. The ball can hit the wicket and you're not out.
no, it knocks the wicket over.
Yeah, but the ball can hit the wicket and you're not out. It depends when it hits the wicket.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
like I said,
and how it got there. There's you think there's rules in baseball? You're looking at
when the pitcher, what do they call him, a bowler?
Bowler.
Yeah, bowler. He throws the ball to the batter.
Excuse me. How dare you say that?
He bowls the ball.
Oh, okay.
And,
Are we into a I'm not driving, I'm traveling argument?
No.
and,
Bowls it versus throws it.
do they still allow underarm bowling, or is that
There's no elbow bending in cricket.
Yeah.
And there's no crying in baseball, so we're even. Yeah, they have that overhand swoop, like a hook shot, basketball.
Yep.
And they bounce it on the ground and spin the ball when they're doing that. Yeah. So if he's doing all that, if he's bowling with the overhand stiff arm bowl, and the guy either doesn't swing or he swings and misses it, and it knocks the wicket over, aren't they out?
That's dependent really on certain where did the ball land before it hit the wicket.
Well, like I said, I'm not familiar with all the
Hmm.
idiosyncrasies of the cricket rules.
Yeah. Alan,
Yeah.
doesn't the ball have to strike the ground ahead of the crease?
Yes, the ball does have to strike the ground. No, you can throw. You can bowl a
Bowl.
pitch ball.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, you can bowl. You don't have to. Of course, it's usual to do that, but you can scare the shit out of the batsman by
Direct
bowling
attack. Yeah.
ball.
So Joe,
Yeah.
you're talking about a game where one of the positions is called silly mid off, and you can have googlies. So
Yeah.
I mean, would you expect any common sense
Yeah,
from
but-
it?
Yeah, but we have a shortstop, so there you go.
Yeah.
I was going to say, and don't forget the silly mid on.
Oh, silly mid. Yeah. So we got two sillies, which was a silly.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we have screwballs.
Yeah.
yeah. And,
Oh,
you
that's
know,
true. Yeah.
And your bats. The person batting is pretty unlikely to get killed by a baseball while he's
Yeah.
batting.
Yeah. Whereas that is a distinct possibility in cricket.
Even when you're wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's all good. Who we got? Who arrived?
Oh, it's J Rags.
Hello.
Oh, I'm not. Well, the cricket guys, the batters, they were number one. They have a flat bat, so it's easier to hit a round ball with a flat bat than a round ball with a round bat. And then, don't they have cages on their helmets?
But we unfortunately lost an Australian batsman a few years ago because even with what they thought was a really good helmet design with cage and everything else, he still took a ball to the. He still managed to take a ball to the temple.
Wow. Well, that happens in baseball. I mean, think about it. Up until the. Oh my God. Major League Baseball players didn't wear batting helmets up until the 50s.
Yeah.
And some guys, there was a guy that played for the Phillies, Tony Taylor, second baseman. He even in the 60s when he played for the Phillies, he didn't wear a helmet. He wore a liner that he put inside his hat. And nobody had flaps over the ears. It was thought you were a girly man if you had flaps over your ears.
I thought you said nobody collapsed over the years.
No, that didn't have a flap over the ears.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm speaking American English, and I'm not speaking the Queen's English. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But,
Isn't it? Hello, everybody. Isn't it true in cricket? The batsman can be out if he handles a ball with a hand that isn't touching the bat. Say the ball's direct heading towards your balls, for instance, and you put your hand out to stop it. You're out.
I
don't know.
that.
By the way,
I
Joe,
think
that is the most manly hat ever. So I just linked it to you, and it has flaps over your ears.
Yeah, but if a baseball hits you in the ears with that, that's as useless as a tit on a boar hog. My dad used to say.
So it's just talking about the flaps over the ears.
I want one of those hats. I don't know why, but I want one.
Well, I bought two of them. I bought two of them in St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
In Norway, they have a very charming name. It's a bear private part.
Air balls?
No, The other gender.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll use appropriate language. We'll just say it's a bear twat. How's that?
Yeah, that's what it is.
I think you can say that word in England, right?
What? What word?
Twat.
What?
TWAT.
Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah. Well, how do you pronounce it?
I don't say that word.
Oh, okay. What do you do? What do you do? Say CUNT? Is that what you say?
Oh my goodness me! I don't say that word either.
Yeah, and you call yourself
Can't say that
British?
word. It's just not right.
Yeah. I thought the only word you couldn't say in England was
He's going to say it. Run away! Run away!
begins with a B and ends in a Y.
Baloney?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Bloody hell, he's going to say it.
Yeah, well, there you go.
What? I don't know what he's talking about.
Alan just said it.
Oh, that word. Oh no, that's rude.
Yeah, I know. That's like, I mean, that's like the one word you can't say on the BBC.
Yeah, I never fucking say that. Sorry, guys. You can bleep that out.
Well,
you can bleep that out.
Here, the F word is in the U.S. People say the B word, like Alan just said, all the time, and it's not even thought of as anything.
No,
You know,
bloody
because
really isn't here either. So
yeah, well, when you say the F word over here, when you're a kid, your parents rinse your mouth out with soap.
yeah,
It's a sin against all that's good and wholesome in the world, I guess.
indeed.
Yeah,
God damn it.
so you really don't want to use the C word, do you?
No, that's a word I rarely use. I prefer the T word to it, actually. I'm mad.
Yeah, that is quite popular.
Personally, I think the F word I think it's a fine word. It's very descriptive. It just sounds right.
Fornication under consent of the king.
And it's one of those words that you can repeat it as many times as you like, and it makes a valid valid sentence in the English language.
Yeah.
For
No.
unlawful carnal knowledge.
Allegedly.
Actually, I like the American terms you can use for every word of a sentence is squatch or squatching.
Squatchy.
Squatch. Let's Sasquatch. Squatch.
Yeah. Like that.
We're about to go squatching for a squatch over there. They'll squatch like woods.
Yeah, these woods are squatchy.
We're going to go squatching for a squatch over there in that squatching.
Yeah, one of my favorite lines from the Finding Bigfoot series. Oh, this place is squatchy.
Oh my
God.
God.
It has a bunch of pine trees in it. It's squatchy.
Oh, I love the one where they found some hair. It was up north a little further. I want to say Colorado, maybe Wyoming. There was somewhere and they found some hair and it's like, this has to be Bigfoot hair. There's no way. There are no animals this big. And they, you had to Google the result. Somebody finally went and found the results because they never brought it up again whatsoever in any other episode. Yeah, it was elk hair.
Yeah, elk hair or bear hair. That's what it usually is.
Yeah, it was elk.
If we found elk hair in the woods here, that would cause a stir.
Yeah, I think it might.
But where you guys live, nuh-uh. That's nothing. Oh, didn't somebody have a Sasquatch in a freezer box or something?
Yeah, that was a con.
Of course it was.
But people believed it, though. It's like everything else. There's always there's a sucker. As my dad used to say, there's an ass for every seat.
Was it Hitler or Stalin say tell a lie big enough and often enough and people will believe it? Can't remember which one said that. I think it was Hitler, but it might have been Stalin.
I thought it was Gary Wybanga.
Hey, some people believe that Donald Trump at the Arizona rally last weekend was actually JFK. So there you go.
Yeah, I
Joe, now
confuse those all the time. Those two, they look so alike.
Yeah. Yeah, one has
Joe, now you
brains
know
blown out.
how to cause a stir over there in England. Next time you go, bring you some elk hair with you.
Yep, put it in the woods.
Just drop it off in the woods.
Are they still waiting for JFK to come back from the dead, or?
No, they say
Is
he's
that
back.
over?
Well, yeah, they're still waiting, but they claim that he has. Some people claim that he has.
Right. Okay.
Listen, he's playing cards with Elvis and Jimmy Hoffa.
Well,
Okay,
look, everybody knows Elvis is still
Why
alive.
would Why would Elvis want to play cards with him?
Don't try to use logic here. Come on.
Okay,
Come on,
here's
Elvis has been seen several times in the last 20 years pumping gas at a gas station in Memphis. I mean, everybody knows that.
I've seen him multiple times from videos from Las Vegas. See him all the time.
Viva Las Vegas.
Yes.
So here is a. It's not so much a dumb question, but it's an honest question. Tonight's don't get pretty cold, probably down at about 22, 23 degrees Fahrenheit, which is code for where I'm at. Dew point's at 13 degrees. If I set up a telescope and did the Newtonian, would I have to worry if the dew point's at 13, but it's not going to get below 22? Would I have to worry about the mirror icing over and messing up my pictures or not?
Well, Hunter will know that. Answer that. That's for you, Hunter.
Yes.
I would.
I'm just guessing.
I would think so. You don't have a dew heater?
Not for the 8-inch nude, I don't. I got one for the 115 refractor and the 72 refractor, but I don't have one for the.
My instinct says you'd have a problem.
I'm thinking I would, because I was thinking about doing Bode's Galaxy, but I would need I'd want the Newtonian on it because it had the longest focal length.
Well, you're fairly far south then if you're only getting to 22 on this little storm here.
Yeah, just do
I'm
north
getting
of
down
Houston.
to 26. So you're going to be Bode's is fairly going to be fairly low to the horizon.
It's going to be about 31 degrees, 30 degrees, kind of close to the North Star.
You may not have an issue with that because you'll probably have more of an issue if you go up to your zenith or whatever, to where it's actually pointing straight up. Or
but I'm just worried about icing on the back mirror since I don't have a heat strip that large to go around it.
It would have to get the moisture in there, and usually that comes. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I'm kind of like, dew point's 13.
Yeah, I don't know.
So what's the weather like down there, Hunter?
Full moon, crystal clear.
Yeah, it's going to be 26 tonight here.
Oh, that's Christ. If I had a pool, I'd be at my pool.
How far south are you, Hunter?
I am close to the Lafayette, Louisiana region.
Okay, I'm just a little bit
south
north of Houston. I'm just a little bit north of Houston. We're almost parallel then.
Yeah.
Well, Hunter, I got news for you. It's going to be 10 degrees again here tonight.
So you're not going to be a whole lot colder than not a whole lot colder than us.
There's a big difference. There's quite a difference. Sit outside for 20 minutes in 26 versus 10.
I'll put it this way: I got cold enough. I went out to the camper trailer and drained all the water out of it, and probably about to go drain the water heater.
10's cold. I'm so
10's
sorry.
cold. Well, I find it makes less of a difference going from 20 to 10 than it does from going 40 to 30. Once you get past below freezing, you no longer have the moisture in the air, and it doesn't feel quite as cold to drop 10 degrees. Whereas going in the 40s or so, you got that humidity. You get down to 30 something, you still got that humidity in the air.
No,
it hasn't frozen out yet.
Oh, maybe, but I've grown up in cold weather.
Hmm.
But once cold, in the 20s doesn't bother me. When you get 10 and below, that's when it gets cold.
Well, the question is though, do you think it's going to cause ice on an 8-inch mirror?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say, given your target, probably not. Now, I always kept a hair dryer out by mine because I do have dew heaters. I have a dew shield and all of this stuff, but I still have so much humidity over here that I get dew forming all over the place. It'll form on my dew shield and run down into my telescope.
Yep.
Luckily, I have a SET to where it has the plate in the front. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I got the refractors, because I got the dew heaters for those. Just that I don't have anything for that 8-inch nuke, but I wanted to get that longer focal length. Because if I shot with the largest refractor with the reducer on, that's about probably 805 with a 0.8 reducer. That's what, 600 something, high 600s.
Well, what size focal reducer you have?
0.8
0.8. Okay.
reducer flattener.
I was just thinking we really shouldn't talk too much about how cold it is because we have someone here from Finland, someone here from Norway. Now, they know what cold is.
No, I've traveled, so I've been in the minus numbers quite a few times.
-3 here.
Well, a couple years ago, it got down to -5 freedom units here.
Yeah.
Now, that was, my God, was that cold?
Hey, I lived through the Texas apocalypse.
Yeah, I was there too.
It was cold for 4 days here below freezing. We almost died.
When I was young, we had a little over a week. We had I think we had 8 days below freezing, and actually parts of the Gulf of Mexico froze around some of the platforms. It was pretty impressive.
Well,
that was exceedingly unusual for around here, and we had an ice storm before that, so it actually broke a bunch of branches and electrical lines and all sorts of stuff. So it was beautiful, though.
Make sure you watch the Green Bay San Francisco 49ers game tomorrow night. It's going to be 2 degrees in Green Bay.
Lovely.
Yeah, but Green Bay, I mean, they do that on purpose. That's their thing.
Oh, I don't mind the players because they're active, The idiots in
sitting
the
in the
stands.
bench.
I'm sorry.
Taking their shirts off, showing their fat bellies, for 4 hours. That's what I get concerned.
When it's ice on the water, we just use them as floaters for the ones that can't, swim. So that's what we do. I put a picture up in 24/7 there.
Well, that's why you're Norwegians, Bjorn. You're hardy
Stupid.
stock.
Stupid.
You're hardy stock.
I heard the stupid, and then you just changed it.
Yeah, the average American doing that, Bjorn, you'd be a few coronaries right on the spot. That's cold. Sorry, Hunter, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, whenever I was up in Chicago, we actually it got down to -10. And my son and I walked 2 blocks to a grocery store, picked up some stuff, and came back. And each of us only had a short-sleeve shirt and a jacket on. But it was crystal clear, no wind, and the sun was out. And it was, but the temperature was -10, which was, it was cold. It hurt to breathe a little bit, but it was not bad as long as you were not in any kind of breeze or anything.
All right, well, do that for 4 hours.
Yeah, we were out for maybe an hour and a half or so.
I just remember I just remember when the the military personnel, when we had joint winter in Norway up in Bardufoss, the military personnel that came from Florida and Texas and stuff came up there. They were wearing every piece of clothing they owned.
Because it was cold.
It's
Yeah.
funny, it doesn't take long to get warm weather. I had relatives that moved to Florida, and one was from Michigan. The other one was here, Pennsylvania. And we went down there, and it got to be 40 degrees, 35 degrees one day, and they were like, they had parkas on. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't take long for your blood to thin out down in the heat.
Well, it has to, otherwise you suffocate.
I mean, I was down there and I had a light jacket on, walking around. They had friggin' parkas like, Canada Goose crap.
Yeah, well, we get a lot of Canadians that come here. Like I said, the company I used to work for, and it doesn't take them long to realize, hey, they probably should have brought some of their cold weather gear.
Yeah, everybody thinks it's Louisiana. It's going to be warm all the time.
Yeah.
It's kind of like thinking Florida's going to be warm all the time. One of the coldest nights of my life was Florida.
Well, when it's cold in Florida, when they have the smudge pots out for the.
I might get Bode and Cigar Galaxy and possibly the Garland Galaxy if I framed it right with the 294. Guide scope might get cold.
For me, Bode's doesn't do so well. I have right in that area, I have a lot of light pollution, and it just never comes out real well. But
I got a full moon.
The Whirlpool Galaxy works great for me.
Well, I got a full moon tonight, so I only got like 2 hours of actual good darkness before that moon comes up.
Yeah.
But I might not even bother with it between the moon and the being so damn cold. Don't want to get up in the morning and freeze my butt off taking everything down.
You don't have a way of keeping it up for a night or two?
I could, but to shoot this, I had to set up my driveway. If my son comes in from college this weekend, I need to be able to get around it, so I'd have to take it down tomorrow.
I think asking someone to keep it up for a night or two is kind of stretching it.
Yeah, they have a pill for that.
Well, they have a warning label. More than 4 hours, you got to see a doctor, right?
That's a long time to keep it up, there, Hunter.
Well, that depends on what the doctor looks like.
There you
go. We're still talking telescopes.
Yes.
Yes.
I think I'm not going to worry about it. I'll wait for that moon to go away. I'll be in a Portal 3 the first of the month on a new moon anyway. I'm just pretty much lazy and don't like cold weather, so.
I think cold weather is fine as long as it's no wind. Wind is the killer.
You're speaking the truth there. It's while we're going around so fast, we're blowing us off the face. I'm just lucky I can my boots,
But I'm it doesn't really spin as fast up where I am at, so.
Yeah. You're only like going 900 miles per hour, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're north of Houston, so your north facing skies should be pretty nice.
They are. The closest city to me is about a 35,000 population center, and they're Boral 7. I'm in a Boral 4, and northeast is the location that city. So I'm kind of shooting through that light, pushing a little bit. And I could go for the Cigar Galaxy. It has right there next to it, be the same distance, and it has a lot of HA in it. I could probably do first 2 hours RGB and then slap an L stream in there and go dual band.
Oh, you going mono with narrow band?
No, I'm doing a one-shot color, but I got the Octalong Extreme, so I can probably do the first 2 or 3 hours just no filter, then throw that on stream in there when the moon comes up and try to get the HA out the cigar. Maybe get that nice, center core coming out.
Well, I have a question for you, telescope people.
Okay.
How do you get NASA to put the CGI pictures into your telescope?
You gotta write it right to them beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta get express permission to shoot, and then you have to download this flash drive and then put in your camera in a hidden spot, and then re-weld it back up before you take it outside.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
But the real question is, how do they get the CGI into it when you look through the eyepiece?
Oh,
Well, that's the chip that's in the telescope.
Yeah, that's the chip. It throws a view screen up to the eyepiece, so you're not looking through the other telescope.
Because NASA, man, they're tricky.
If you want to learn more about it, I could tell you the website, the YouTube channel to go see, and they'll explain it all to you.
Sure.
You can be like journalism and just actually shoot the ISS.
Yeah. It's a light in the sky, but he's got very clear picture video of the damn thing, the transit of the moon.
That was my favorite video for him, was him shooting the ISS. I just thought I was in tears, and it just amazed me that he actually did it. Though it's not exactly super easy.
Yeah, it's rather difficult to do, but he managed. Well, it kind of depends on your focal length and the type of mount you have.
Yeah, but he actually got a good picture of it, though.
Yeah. Well, if you get a transit, you get a really good picture. That's easier to do, and I think that's what he did. Is he did a transit?
Just did a video and then stat the video, kind of like a planetary.
Well, no. Well, he did a video, and basically, just before it passed, and he just caught a couple of frames as it passed in front of the moon.
Mm.
And that's a lot easier to do than to actually catch it just loose in the sky, That's a lot harder to do and to track it, kind of like what Astronomy Live does. That is exceedingly difficult, and a lot of people try doing it by hand. And I tried it by hand with an equatorial mount. It's exceedingly difficult to do.
I hadn't tried it yet, so
24/7 live chat thingy chat. How about that photograph of the ISS?
Just a second.
Well, that's CGI if I've ever seen it.
Because I shot that handheld.
Where'd you post it at?
24/7 chat live on YouTube in the Discord.
No, but which channel inside that?
Is it 24/7?
Oh, okay, Dub. I'm looking below us, not above us.
It's the one above.
Explain to me like I'm a flat earther.
Well, that's CGI, Alan.
Yeah, it kind of greatly depends on the focal length too.
Oh,
I'm glad you're feeling so. You clearly sound like you're feeling well, Bjorn.
yeah.
This is. It's actually the one time my having to use my wheelchair is an advantage, because I can tilt the whole seat back, and that was a very, very high pass for the UK. I think that got up. I think that peaked at 70 degrees.
Yeah.
So, being able to be almost laying flat on my back in the wheelchair seat, a bit like being in a dentist.
Yeah. Is that a single frame?
I've seen an 89-degree pass.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too far north for that.
No, it's happened. It's happened this year.
Yeah, no,
Look,
I'm a little
Milton
too far
Keynes.
north.
Bletchley.
Yeah.
Is that about 600 millimeters?
When you get one that high, it's so bright as well. If it's
Yeah.
just after, if it's not long after sunset, it's pretty epic.
Yeah, I mean, it gets up to nearly -3, doesn't it?
And guys, why does it fade away and turn orange as it moves away from where the sun was?
Well, it's a drawback to modern CGI.
Oh,
I
okay.
have no idea. It's obviously a glitch in the matrix.
Oh, that's what it is. Got you guys. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's the same way that the transparent dome that puts shadows up on side of its own light source.
You know how tricky they are, these NASA people.
I like the way actually the way you see the angle change as it goes from one horizon to the other. You know, the angle of the station changes as it goes from one horizon up and across into the other horizon.
And it's really good how they've hidden the balloon wires.
Yeah.
Well, you know how tricky these NASA people are, and the Illuminati and the they and them are. They actually put the secret to they buried the secret to the dome in Star Trek 4. It's transparent aluminum. They put it right in plain sight. Tricky.
In fact, do you know what the funny thing is? I actually find that with one of these good bright passes that we get, the angular velocity of it is far too low for getting good handheld shots. I'd much rather it do a pass in like, I don't know, less than a minute, but go horizon to horizon and pretty high up in the sky.
Well,
that's how I've seen it here. I mean, it's been the brightest object in the night sky, and it goes from one horizon to the other, and like that.
Yeah, there's programs you can find the if it's on horizon or not. But here's one of my other problems I have shooting during a full moon. I did this one just this last weekend. I was at a Bortle 3 site, but see all the gradient I have in M42? And that's just a simple stack with some deconvolution going on.
That's a clear picture.
No, if you look at it, there's a lot of it's bottom right because I got the picture inverted for framing purposes. But that moon, I didn't get all that. I need to do some more deconvolution to get that gradient out. That's why I'm not happy about that purplish you see at the bottom right.
Well, I can't wait to see the first pictures from the James Webb telescope.
They're gonna be infrared. I wonder how if they're gonna do a new pilot or how they're gonna look.
I don't know. Well,
Aren't they deploying the rest of the mirror out today or something? Or they're doing something with it today. I saw that in the live chat.
yeah, I thought it was fully deployed.
I think they're still they're doing something. The mirrors. It's gonna take a couple of weeks to get the mirrors right.
Yeah, I think they're deployed, but they have to basically get them all in the right position, the right angle and everything else. I think they're fine tuning the positioning of each mirror.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
But they've got them deployed. I mean, it's all out. I think that's what they're doing. Yeah, we don't want any blurry pictures coming back because.
Well, what was wrong with the Hubble back in the 90s when they had to go up there and fix it? Didn't they have a mirror out of line or a smudge?
No, I think it wasn't. They had
wasn't polished properly.
Yeah, it wasn't polished properly, so they had to put glasses on it.
Yeah, it was an error in the grind of the mirror.
Yeah.
Right. I can't believe they didn't catch that before they launched it.
Yep.
The thing is, they couldn't measure it properly because of the gravity. They had to grind it for 0G, but they had no way of testing it without having it in 0G.
Ah, did not know that.
The weight does a lot to the shape of the mirror. But it still was a defect. they did compensate for that, but the machine had a setting that was wrong also. But that's why they were having a hard time testing it also.
Well, I hope they don't do that with my cataract replacement lenses.
I think I might just not worry about it. I'm so mad about full moon messing up my gradients. I'm kind of torn.
Well, considering the moon is just we don't know what it is, and it's just a light in the sky. You think someone could just pull the cord and turn it off for you?
Well, I use some of my show money to try to pay for them to just turn it off for a couple, about 4 hours while I'm doing my shots. But you think they're just giving me a new file that doesn't have the moon in it for these things. But no, you got to keep up with the lie.
Yes, you do. That's why they pay us all that money, though. Hey, rags.
You're right. Just take my hush money and deal with it.
That's it. What was Jeranism's what was his excuse after he actually took a picture of the ISS that showed that's just what we said people say it is? What was his how did he weasel out of that one?
Shit. I don't think he
It
did
was
was out.
right.
I think he just flat out ignored it after that.
Just
Didn't
like
you just think it was right?
just like the interesting comment, he just ignored all that after that.
Pretty much.
Like, never mind.
I think his deal is he's more of just because that doesn't prove a flat Earth or doesn't prove a globe Earth or doesn't prove anything, because there's other stuff that disprove it. So
No, there isn't.
we all know that. That's what he says. Kind of like the people that were shooting that damn laser across that lake in someplace in Europe, and they're just going, "Well, it proves you can't have a laser this far." And somebody I forgot who debunked that stuff.
No.
Experiment whether
Why couldn't you have a laser that far?
Yeah, they were shooting across a lake. It was farther than what you should be able to shoot, and somebody showed them it was just the deflection of the light, the laser itself, and whenever they try to actually get the type beam or something, that it couldn't be done.
Well, all I can say is I didn't know anything about anything until I found Bjorn on Discord.
Yeah, you did. What? Why do you keep making fun of me, man?
I'm throwing you some compliments there, Bjorn. I'm not throwing
Well,
you shade.
I
Trying to pump you up as an international man of knowledge.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't do that. People are going to get terribly, disappointed when they find out I'm, not.
How are the people in the side chat on YouTube? Are they still with us, or have they given up?
I think they gave up a long time ago.
I blame that on Alan Evans.
Thanks, Alan.
People there.
How many people are there, Judy?
6.
Oh, wow.
And I'm one of them.
And I'm one of them.
Okay, so that's 4 left. Are you one of them, Bjorn?
Probably.
Oh God.
The pressure trying to, it's the pressure trying to keep 3 people in the world entertained. It's tough.
Tough.
Yeah, it's hard.
But that's why we get paid the big bucks.
Yes.
So it looks like IB Hunter put a post up there on building telescope parts. Like,
I'm one of them.
Is that an adapter so you can fit turn a finder scope into a guide scope?
Am I missing interesting stuff?
That's from you. That's from Hunter's YouTube channel. That's good stuff.
Yeah, it looks like he milled a adapter to turn just a regular finder scope into a guide scope.
What text? What channel am I looking in?
The 24/7 live chat live on YouTube.
Okay.
Well, I think the difference between us
oh,
and
look at those
Hunter-
pictures. Nice.
Yeah, the difference between us and Hunter is Hunter has access to that alien Roswell technology. It can do that kind of stuff.
He's a much higher level shrill than we are.
Yes, he's way up there.
Alan, that's just CGI.
That
Ooh.
can't help, mate.
Oh, that's some nice anodizing.
Yes, that does look nice anodizing on that, doesn't it?
The
I like
silver,
a bit of
the silver
I
part's
like a bit-
anodized as well, isn't it?
I think so. But I do like a nice bit of anodizing, me.
Yep.
Using a 180, was that a 178 MC or a 183? I think it's 178.
I've got to watch this now.
I've done watched it.
Remember to hit the like button when you're watching the video.
Oh yeah.
You got to get Hunter's numbers up.
Oh shoot! Hang on, I've got to watch it on YouTube because I couldn't like it on when it went. I full screened it, but there's no like button.
Yeah, there is no like button from this link.
Yeah, so I can do it here. Yay!
See, we're looking out for you, Hunter.
So what lathe do you have? Is it a Cockford Ollie?
A Cockford Ollie.
Cockford
How's that?
Ollie, yeah. A Cockford Ollie is a type of British lathe.
Oh, Cockford. I thought you said Cock 4.
I know, that's what it sounds like. There's a channel called AVE, who's a Canadian guy, and I thought that's what he was saying. So, is this IB Hunter's lathe? It's not answering.
It's probably something at work. Like I said, Hunter's got access to all that alien stuff.
Look at that. That's quite a speed on that lathe as well. Well, you get a clean cut doing that, so. It almost looked like the lathe slowed down for a fraction of a second there as you started cutting. That was weird.
It might want to done. Remember, you're suddenly applying some extra.
No, I know how it works. Yeah.
You know.
It's a long time since I've used a lathe.
Yeah, same here.
Wow. I mean, look at that workmanship. That's CGI. That's too good. You can't do that at home. How'd you get that black finish? That black finish looks amazing.
I think the red anodizing and the black finish is actually the camera has bought, and the
oh, he's made the silver bit in between, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The other.
All right.
Well, I'll be back after dinner.
So that's a high. A dew heater as well. Nichrome wire, great for cutting polystyrene foam. Wait.
Oh, some nice BNC plugs.
Yeah. Master of Clouds. What does that mean? So it's called a ZW8. Thanks for watching. Wow. Oh, look at that.
I remember just before I left the RAF, I did a couple of. I went to I did a bit of day release at college and just redid a few BTEC modules, so that when I left the RAF and went to university, I had some record of recent study, and we had to build a little op-amp amplifier and run it through. So of course, I get the bit of variable and I get the components, and then I take it into the workshop on a night shift when there's bugger all else to do. Put the thing together in the workshop at work. Well, yeah, it looked nice. And then I thought, no, there's something not quite here. So I got some wire and made a couple of nice flying leads with banana plugs on the end for the power supply. And I thought, well, yeah, the inputs coming from an oscillator with a BNC plug on it, and the outputs go into an oscilloscope with a BNC. Oh, I got some really nice miniature 50 ohm coax, and these lovely gold-plated BNC connectors to go on the end of it, and just wire them. But of course, I turn up the next week at the college with my amplifier, and everybody's like, "What the hell? You're not supposed to build something that good."
So, is that a StarSense camera I see on it on the other side of the guide scope? The StarSense Auto Online.
It's a round camera, I suppose, but it's not actually got a round sensor, has it?
Oh crap! Sorry.
You couldn't build a properly round sensor, could you? Not all chip array.
Yeah, you could do the maths on that. It could be done. If someone wanted it, they could do it.
Yeah, it's still not going to be perfectly round, though, is it? It's still going to have quite a lot of. It's still going to have a fair bit of.
It wouldn't be a good design, but it could be done.
It would be.
Probably just make a hexagon one, right?
They have a square one. 1 inch. Well, it's not true 1 inch by 1 inch, but the 533. And if you don't post to like Facebook, YouTube, or just stills, it's really good format for that.
Mm. You're still better off though using like a monochromatic sensor and 3 different filters.
You are, but processing's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, but in terms of resolution, it can't really be beaten, can it? Because that's
still with time or target.
Yeah.
It can have issues when the aircraft that Google Earth is using to photograph. I thought it was BAE Wharton, but I believe this is a different location. You can get some really weird effects because it's not a single exposure.
Yeah, true.
Because
but stacking works well anyway, doesn't it?
Stacking saves your butt as long as you got good tracking.
It's a Lynx.
Track them and stack them.
Yeah, and then PhD with your guiding helps. I mean, I never had it hard. I always had PhD for guiding, and
I was just watching a video of the One Sky 130. It's kind of a compact telescope.
I put a little video in my from my channel in the YouTube chat. And the last part of the video shows my dew heater, the one that I built myself.
Yeah, we was talking about that.
Yeah, the nichrome wire thing.
Yes.
We've all watched it.
Okay.
Yeah, you got some more.
You've got 800 likes now.
Well, that might be 2 zeros short of 800, but
Yeah. But yeah, I'm able to use the nichrome wire in there, and I could customize it by adjusting the length and how many times I wrap it around, and all, or even paralleling it to whatever the load I want to get. And then using the little motor controllers, I'm able to adjust the power going to it.
what mount you got that on?
Mount, the telescope mount.
Uh-huh.
It's a Celestron AVX mount.
It looked like you had the StarSense auto line on there too.
I do, but since I got the and it actually worked really well, but since I got the little computer, the
Air Pro,
ZWA,
SIR.
ZWO, yeah.
Yeah, I got. You got the Pro, the Plus, or the original?
The original.
Oh,
I was
you are
early
good.
on that.
I have the Pro and the Plus.
Okay. Well, since I got that, I don't need the StarSense because it does everything I need it to do.
Yeah.
So I made the a mount for the camera to mount to my finder scope, and that was the first part of the video. And I connect that to the ASIR, and I could do everything like that. I could do the polar align. I can do the calibration for it and everything.
And that was a 178 MC you had for the guide camera.
Yeah. Well, I have a 120 mm right now for the guide camera, but I have and it actually fits in that same mount. But I originally started out with the 178 MC. That was my full color astro camera, but that's also my planetary. Yeah, that's my planetary camera.
I got a 224 I use for a planetary. It dubs as a guide camera for my Newtonian. That way I don't have to take my 120 out of my other scopes and redo everything.
But the 120 works good, and it's cheap, and a monochrome camera like that, it doesn't require. You could have a fairly small scope and collect a lot of light with it.
Oh yeah.
But I figured you'd appreciate the heater.
What type of did you use, like a peppermint tin or an iTorch tin for the case, or
The tin was we actually had
old secrets?
No, it was some stuff that we were throwing out from work. Actually, it's one of the switch companies give these little demos, and they had a switch in that little box, and then the inside of the box had a little assortment of the types of switches they sold, and they gave it to us for some evaluation and all. So we used all the little switches out of it, and all that was left was a little tin box. And I thought that I was going to have to mount a fan on it, but I haven't had to yet. But that's where I was going to use the hole in the center of the box for the fan. Didn't need to, but the little box works great for what I used it for. It's super lightweight and plenty sturdy enough for what I'm using it for.
I guess I lucked out with starting off with the Pro and going to the Plus because I have the power supply built in there to go out to my cameras and focusers and I just plug the mount in. I use a Skywatcher EQ6, so I run the mount directly off the power strip, and then I'll use the SI Pro to run the guide camera main camera, fan on the main camera, autofocuser.
Well, I actually have a toolbox with a base, and I have a 12-volt battery, deep cycle battery that I have hooked up with a battery charger.
Oh,
And
that's your own power kit.
yeah, and everything runs off of the 12 volts like that. And that way, if anything comes unplugged or power outage or just anything like that, it still runs off of the battery. I can suck down that battery in less than the night, though, with all of the stuff I have running on it, though. So,
Yeah. How many amp hours you got on that battery?
ooh, you know what? I don't know. Let's see. I have one similar to that here. Hold on. $31.
Okay, so if I went with a 50 or 75 amp hour deep cycle, I should be pretty good for one night at a time.
I'd definitely go by calculating the load on it and then increasing it a little bit. Figure out how much you're drawing on it, but mine varies depending on how I have it configured.
Hunter,
Yes.
you got some mighty nice images there
Oh, well,
on your
thank you.
channel. It's that's impressive. I've only been privileged to use a decent telescope once in my life, and you know, I think we looked at the Moon, Jupiter, and Andromeda all in one evening. That was quite good.
Well, I find it takes quite a long time to get set up properly for each thing, so
Yep.
it makes it difficult to jump to several things in one night.
Yeah. Oh, he just my friend just pressed a button and the scope just went there. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
But if you want to get really good images, you got to do a little bit more than just.
Oh, we were just looking through the eyepiece.
Yeah, just looking through it.
But that was nice.
And then what makes more of a difference than anything else, more than the scope, more than the mount or anything, is the freaking weather.
Yep.
Oh Lord,
That
yes.
that makes by far the most difference.
Clear sky, dry air, no wind.
Yeah, the heat turbulence though, upper atmosphere heat turbulence can mess you up too.
Yeah,
I would guess that the idiot behind the telescope also matters.
Especially if he's had a little bit too much to drink when he's setting it up, because I've messed several nights up like that.
The idiot behind the telescope makes some difference, but that Mother Nature, she it doesn't matter how good or how bad the idiot is behind the telescope. Mother Nature has the final say.
Yeah, the images were really, really steady, so the air was, you know, nice and turbulence free.
In fact, one of the best images I've got of Jupiter is the little 4 images in a row that I kind of do as a little animation, and it's kind of got a bluish tinge or a purplish tinge to it. I was using the Celestron light pollution filter. But that happens to be, I took that as one of my first images of Jupiter.
Sorry, is that the one that cuts out sodium or something?
Yes, it cuts out the sodium lights, yeah. The sodium and the halogen, I think,
Why did it stick just now? Okay.
or mercury vapor. Yeah, maybe mercury vapor. But anyway, it wasn't necessarily the filter though that did it. It may have helped a little bit, but the biggest issue was that was the best, clearest, most steady night that I've had in observation so far, and it happened to be one of the first times I've photographed Jupiter. So that is still one of my best photos of Jupiter. I've learned a lot since then and still haven't been able to beat that photo.
Add motion with GIMP.
Yep.
The graphic image, manipulation program. He's obviously a Linux user.
There you go, Hunter. I'll upload 2 of my 3 scopes. I don't have a picture of my third one. Put in the 24/7 live chat.
Wow, look at that.
I like the mount. Holy cow. I need to upgrade my mount. And that's one of the things I'm looking at.
The heck is all that stuff going on there?
Same stuff he has on his, just configured a little bit different with a different mount.
Yep. That's an equatorial mount.
Yeah, it works because, for my personal dome that goes around with me, I already know where Polaris is going to be at magically. It's always, no matter where I'm at on the planet, it's always 31 degrees because that's my personal dome. Oh, you did it. Is that M101 about 542?
You cut out, I didn't hear.
I'm watching your space quarantine video at 542, 544. Is that M101?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to go look.
Let me cross it. I think it is.
Your mount is huge compared to the telescope.
Depending on which telescope.
Oh yeah. So you got a bigger one than that, yeah? So that I'm looking at that.
I actually got one between those two. I got a
was that about 6-inch, that one?
No, the top one's an 8-inch Newtonian. The bottom one's a 72 millimeter refractor, and then since I took those two, I've added a 115 millimeter refractor.
Yep.
So I got a refractor that's right between those two.
Now the refractors generally weigh more for the size than a reflector does.
Yeah. No, that's not M101. Oh God, what is that? It's something. I know that galaxy. I'm not pulling up his name. It's 2 galaxies. One's eating the other one. Is it M33? It might be M33. No, it's not M33. That's Triangulum.
Did you say one's eating the other?
It's two galaxies that are
It's Arbuckle. Fatty Arbuckle. Eats everything.
M101. It's 101. That's what it is. I know. I think about it. No, that's M101. That has to be M101.
It's M51.
51?
It's the Whirlpool Galaxy.
I thought it was 101.
I think it's M51, which is the Whirlpool Galaxy.
It is M51. You're right. I'm right.
Yep. Tonight's lesson is Galaxies 101.
And that's actually right by... Let's see. Is it 51? Messier 151, yeah. And it should be right next to Ursa Major. That's actually one of my favorite targets. Actually, it's a good one for me in my location. It's relatively easy to capture, and it's pretty impressive looking, no matter what you do to it.
I don't have the same orientation you got, but here's, and it's nowhere near as good as yours, but here's what I got this last year on it. I need to rotate it for you to match your deal, but what's the little galaxy to the left-hand side? You can barely spot it. Oh, I do got your rotation. Never mind. There we go.
I looked it up at one time, and I think I have it on. I have it somewhere, but unfortunately, I had a hard drive die, and I lost a lot of my stuff.
Yeah, I put my picture of your what you had. You I got way just before I learned about cooling the camera properly, so it's a little hot.
Well, mine doesn't have any cooling on it, so no matter what it is, it's hot. I just have to do some fairly long exposures, try to keep it cool. What I'm gonna probably do is I've worked with Peltier coolers before, and what I'm probably gonna do is put my own Peltier cooler on it.
Yeah, you're using the Nikon 5500.
Yes.
See, this was done with a 294, but I didn't have the cooling turned on because I forgot that night. I mean, it was also in the summer, early. I don't know.
For some reason, there's a few things. For any of my deep sky stuff, is just my Nikon does better, or it's easier. And the field of view on that little ZWO camera is so small.
Oh yeah, you need to. Yeah, well, you don't have a full AC. Your crop sensor is way bigger on that camera.
Yeah. So it makes it really hard to even find a target.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at. I mean, you're using your that full sensor word. This is a 294, so I think it's a 2/3 sensor, and this is on a 72 millimeter scope versus you're at a 360 focal length, 367, something like that, and you're on what, about 1500 with the reducer with that Celestron, maybe a little bit higher.
Yeah, I think it's 2030 without the reducer, and I think it's a 0.7 I'm using.
So you can look at the two framings. I mean, we almost got the same framing.
Yeah, probably, because the way all of my stuff is framed is I do my polar alignment and I set my camera vertical at that point. So a lot of my stuff is cockeyed sideways, especially if I'm looking east or west or something. Compared to a lot of other people's, but that can always be rotated.
So the M51 XP image.
Yep. He has the same image on his video at like 544.
Right. So is it known that is two galaxies merging, or is that, or they just be in the same sky?
Yeah, that's known, and there's several galaxies doing that. We're technically probably merging with Andromeda right now.
Yeah, they say that has already started. If you take the big picture, right? So because they're like.
Well, I just missed it with those pictures, but recently there was a supernova in one of those galaxies.
So are they actually? What I'm trying to say is, are they actually coplanar, or do we know that? Or
one of them is sucking gas from the other. They're eating one's eating material from the other.
What I'm saying is, are they basically on the same galactic plane? Is that known, or?
I think they're kind of cocked a little bit towards each other, to each other, but they are relatively close to each other.
Right, because I mean, it's just amazing to see them having the same galactic pole, shall we say, direction. It's
yeah, I think they are a little bit not exactly aligned.
Yeah.
They're a little bit off tilt.
And how many light years away are those?
Ooh, I'd have to look that up. I don't have that in front of me.
Comes back and says all of them.
A lot.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That is to think that you've got that image on well, home equipment essentially is just fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing that's always impressed me. There was several ways that I looked at it that is kind of cool. Is I was able to do this with just stuff I had in my own backyard, which I find is fascinating.
Yeah.
The other thing is the light from that galaxy left thousands of years ago.
Yeah. You know what I say?
Millions of years ago. Traveled for millions of years and would have been lost if because it would have hit the ground if it wouldn't have hit the
you that's right, you caught those photons. That's amazing, isn't it? Direct, uninterfered with, you got it. Yeah. What I say to people who believe in the dome and all that stuff is I say to them, you're shortchanging God. And they say, what do you mean?
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I say, well, you're leaving out all the other galaxies and all this other incredible stuff out there, and you're saying God is that doesn't exist. You're shortchanging God. That's what I tell them.
Yeah, I just for a while there I was trying to go out as much as I can because it's like you're wasting all these photons. They're hitting the ground and they're gone. But I mean, they've been doing that for millions of years. So
and of course, the thing
Sorry, I had to go fetch a beer. Where we at?
So, so the thing that is difficult to comprehend is those photons are hitting us whether it's daytime or nighttime. If it's in the sky, the photons are coming through. They're just getting completely swamped by the Rayleigh scattering.
Yeah.
But they're all coming through. They're not getting, diverted or anything. They're still there.
Yeah.
But that's just amazing. And every time they do a survey of a blank bit of sky, they just eventually find more and more stuff, don't they?
Well, I really liked what was it when they aimed the Hubble at that void patch where it's really dark, and they found all those thousands and thousands of galaxies.
Yeah. It just looked like there was nothing there, didn't it? Yeah. And just think what the James Webb's going to be able to do now. Hopefully, do they think there's a possibility of seeing first light with that?
I think
when the universe became transparent,
I think they can get close. They're projecting the universe to be 13 billion years old?
13.8. Yes, 13.7 something.
And I don't think the James Webb they think they'll be able to see that far back.
Right.
I mean, it's just, you can Google it here.
And of course, it's infrared, so it's going to cut through all the dust, isn't it? The intergalactic dust and everything. Yeah, it's going to get.
Well, that's how it's on see further.
Sorry, you broke up slightly.
That's why it's going to be able to see further than what Hubble will be able to see.
Yeah.
I don't think it's much. How much?
Are they going to point it towards our galactic core, or is that just not practical for it?
No, I think they're planning on doing that for the Sagittarius A star.
Right.
But
I just wonder if they'll be able to find some Dyson spheres.
Dyson spheres are not possible.
Yeah, it'd be more of a Dyson swarm.
Yeah. I actually worked out the Dyson spheres weren't possible before I found out they weren't possible from somewhere else. Because how would it support itself? It's only one part of it would be in orbit, right? One ring, the equatorial ring would be in orbit, and then the rest would be, how would that be held up? So, yeah, it has to be the swarm, not the sphere, yeah?
Okay.
Well, I'm not
now I have to Google Dyson swarm. Thank you, guys.
Well, I'm no expert on this, but considering what we thought was impossible 100 years ago and 1,000 years ago, I wouldn't put it past some sort of alien technology that could actually make that work. I wouldn't say it's
declaring it.
impossible.
I'm declaring it impossible.
So, but not to change subject, if that's a class 3 civilization that could do a Dyson swarm, Dyson sphere, or class
It's all about energy, isn't it? How much energy would it take to hold it in shape? You know.
Yeah.
Would the star itself have enough energy to hold the sphere in shape? You know.
But I will always find it dodgy when we
Would there be enough
talk about what is possible with what we think is possible.
How much material would you need? The amount of material to make the Dyson sphere might exceed the material available in that solar system.
Well, I'm not declaring it possible. I'm just saying that I always find it dodgy when we are talking about stuff based on our level of technology.
Yeah.
If you want to learn a lot about that, Isaac Arthur has several videos on that where he goes into a lot of detail.
I'm a subscriber.
Yeah, he goes into amazing amounts of detail and does the math behind it and everything too.
Yeah.
I think the biggest question is always to find the right question to ask.
Does it say, is it Kardashev's or something? Is it the Kardashev scale or something? It's not Cardassian, I know it's not.
Yeah, it's Kardashev ship. It's Kardashev scale.
I need to look at this image on my other laptop because my other laptop's got much better black than this one. Actually, I could multiply that, couldn't I?
Which image are you trying to look at?
M51XP.
Oh.
I'm going to quickly gimpify it if that's okay.
You want to see what I think was my best image I've done?
Yes, please.
Let's see, I think I got it here.
GIMP. Holy GIMP. I'm going to do things you shouldn't do. Convert. Oh boy, yeah, that's quite a lot of blue in that, isn't it? Okay, let's just do this and then go duplicate layer. Oh hell yeah. Let's just set that to multiply. Oh wow, what an improvement. That didn't take long.
There's my favorite one I've ever taken.
Yeah, I just dropped it in GIMP and duplicated the layer and then set the second layer to multiply. And that's cleaned the sky up nicely. That's
I think IB Hunter did it better. His stars are a lot cleaner than mine. My stars are a little bit blown out on that image.
That's in Discord now, is it?
Yeah. And I put my favorite one. This is the best one I've ever taken, I think, or my favorite one I've taken.
That is, yeah, look at that.
That's M16. That's the Eagle Nebula. And right there in the dead center, you can make them out. That's the Pillars of Creation from the Hubble image. But this is done in RGB, so it's not the Hubble palette.
And you've done that yourself?
That was from that larger scope, and that was done in Big Bend National Park under Class 1 Bortle Sky.
Wow. Yeah, you can see the artifacts from your
the
sensor.
deflecting spikes.
The sparkles because of the sensor, yeah?
No, those are deflection spikes on the stars, and that's from the Newtonian.
Oh, okay.
That's one way you know it's a Newtonian.
Right.
You can make. I like it because you can see the pillars of creation right there in the center.
Yeah, I can see them right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's if you look up pillars of creation on the Hubble. Now it's going to be different colors because they do mono, so they can
Yeah.
assign each gas its own color. Which I pretty much have red, less
Yeah.
red, and slightly less red.
Yeah, my video with the Eagle Nebula, I specifically compared mine to Hubble and did an overlay of Hubble's over mine and faded them from one to the other, and it's pretty impressive. Now, obviously, Hubble's is way better than mine, but I was much higher resolution and clearer. But it's like you have a hard time telling whenever it's when you're looking at mine and versus the other one whenever it does that slow fade. So I was pretty impressed with that. I was proud of it a little bit. Actually, I got quite a few views on that one. A couple of thousand or so.
Oh, that's a good comment. Fred put, have you not taken one with a P900? So I replied, I tried, but they just felt flat. But no, that's my absolute favorite one.
I'm just messing with the image to make it clearer on my system.
That's only I think about 2 or 3 hours worth of data, and that's running at 5-minute subs.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that. I just full screen it. How do you full screen it?
I'm gonna try to put some of these. Do you have the pictures posted in Discord that we can actually link to?
They're on, yeah. I got these 2 pictures are in 24/7 chat live up top, and they're just JPEGs. They're not the full TIFF files.
Is that not
I can't download a TIFF file to Discord.
No, I was just thinking about one of the problems we're facing is that people on Discord isn't actually, they can't see what we're talking about.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're sitting here just rambling on about stuff, and
That's not fair.
they can't see the pictures. So we're gonna have to try to figure that out.
What you ought to do is just share your screen and
There you
select
go.
the window that you're got the
There you
pictures in, and then you can go ahead and do that. If you give me a little advance notice, I can actually maximize your shared screen on the YouTube
Sounds like Bob's driving.
Yes.
No, I'm just driving home.
Did y'all see that comment on the Discord though? The guy asked if I taken one with a P900 yet.
Is that in the Discord?
Yeah, the Discord's.
What? Why would you use a P900? Oh, come on, that's just.
Well, I replied back to him. I tried, but they just felt too flat.
No, you're not getting shouted at. That's not being shouted at. Come on. I've got to get me a P900 or a P1000 because I want to bring those ships back over the horizon.
I don't want a camera that cheap to put on my telescope, man.
I know. I mean, that's such a powerful camera. It can actually grab hold of a cargo ship and drag it back over the horizon.
Yeah. Well,
that's powerful stuff.
I do the same thing with a ladder. I just climb up higher, and it does the same thing.
Yep. Or walk from the beach to the top of the cliff.
Yes, that does too.
Oh,
look!
9,000 make the photons come faster from the galaxies.
Look,
Yes.
I'm further from the ship and I can see more of it. I wonder why that is. I'm further away, but I see more ship. Pillars of creation. It needs a bit of a Carl Sagan voiceover, that image.
Oh, yeah. I think God, I forgot what I watched. When did Sagan pass away? Was it early 90s or late 90s?
I'm not sure.
'96.
It's all about the delivery with Carl Sagan.
I'm gonna butcher the name, but he did a good video on the Aristocrates experiment with just 2 sticks, a piece of poster board, and setting outside.
The Who's experiment?
I butcher his name. The Kesknes, the one that did the measuring between the 2 cities and came up with the.
Oh, Eratosthenes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My
I've done that.
butchers it.
I did that 18 years ago with my daughter. I was doing a physics course, and I thought I'm just going to go and do that. So I did it out in the backyard, and we set up a little pole and measured it and everything, and I had to make the assumption about certain things, but got the radius, the circumference of the Earth within 10%. So that was quite good. Just using a tape measure and a calculator and stuff.
Shit.
This was before YouTube existed.
Was there a time when YouTube didn't exist? What is
Yes,
this magic?
it was just when science was invented. It was about the same
Real science was invented the same time YouTube came along.
No, you got me fixed. That's when research was invented when YouTube came up around.
Ah, there you go.
And then Google made it advanced research.
Advanced research. Is
Yes.
that when you have multiple tabs up at the same time?
No, that's high IQ research.
Yeah.
Oh God! Yeah.
It was basically about the
Jeez.
time that all knowledge moved off paper.
God.
God, that was the first high IQ with all those tabs.
I actually picked up a book today. They have like a charity book stand in the supermarket, and you just you leave a donation, and people just bring books in, and you fancy a book, you put some coins in the box, and it was some American desktop science book. It's like a huge, thick book with just loads of science stuff. I guarantee there'll be astronomy stuff in there and everything. I'm going to browse through it tomorrow.
Who was the original guy that Eric DeBay did his 101 proof cells? It was just a rehash from the 1800s guy that
Are you telling me he's a plagiarist?
Oh no, sir, not at all.
Another plagiarist?
His 101 proofs is from this book. Yeah, I think it's the late 1800s.
It's Robotham.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Because we ain't done no science since. Wait, that picture's fake, Alan. Nobody in the UK has a pink car.
Yeah.
There's a picture from a church measuring contest there.
Does anybody on here like beer?
Me,
Yes.
occasionally.
I mean, not like just to get drunk. I mean, just the actual different types of beer.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do like to. I don't drink lager.
That's
like-
what I was about to brag about. I found a new one that I really enjoy.
What,
It's
a lager?
It might be. Hold it. It's a light blonde.
Oh no, I'm out. I'm
Yeah.
out.
It's Shiner, light blonde. It's a German lager.
Oh
Or
no,
it's a
Jesus
German
Christ.
lager. No, dude, this
It's
is
got
this
three
is
ingredients in it, and one of them's water.
it's good.
Is it a Pilsner?
Well, I can't tell for sure. I don't know that enough about beer. That's why I was asking y'all. All I can find out it says light blonde. And I know it's a Shiner, so it's don't be a German lager.
I'm out. Sorry, I'm into ales. Well, I don't really drink very much, so I'm a cheap night out. So
I'm gonna have to research it. I'll do some high IQ research, but do at least 3 taps.
tend to like to drink beer with a meal, not on its own.
I like heavier beer with meals. Beer
Yep.
with meals. Maybe I need to slow down on number 2 here. The only type of beers I know I generally do not like is IPAs.
They can be okay.
Dude,
Just not all of them.
Too bitter. It's a pale lager.
So you know where the IPAs came about, don't you?
Somebody says, "Hey, I want something that makes my face pucker like a Warpatch candy, but tastes like beer."
No, so they were shipping beer out to India, and it was arriving in bad condition, and they realised they had to have basically more alcohol in it to make it last longer. And then what they would then do is they would then add water at the other end. IPAs.
So it's kind of the story of like brandy then. Brandy came about.
Sorry?
So it's kind of like the same story as brandy, or I think it's.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean that's what I heard. I mean they were having trouble shipping it to India because it was obviously in demand for the because of the soldiers.
Well, if y'all excuse me real quick, I'm gonna go get me some water because I am starting to slur and 2 might be too fast right there. Be right back.
It's all working. Right, I'm going to check out for a while. See you guys around. Great talking with you, and I've learned some tonight. So, thank you.
See you later, man.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
I'm not hearing anybody. What's going on?
Did you hear me?
No, we do not hear you.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't hear anyone. Got it back now. Pressed the wrong button on my headset. So if IB Hunter is...
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just making noise. I'm standing behind the mill right now.
Are you making stuff, yeah?
I am making stuff.
Cool. So, well, thanks for the astronomy lesson.
Shoot,
No,
I
no
subscribe
problem.
I subscribe to his channel.
Ah, appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't done anything for a while. It's going to be another month or two before I'll get a chance to do anything. But hopefully by spring I'll be out there again.
Oh, I want to go grab some food. So, see you guys around.
See you later.
Bye.
I tried to do what Bob said, but it just gets up the watch stream thingy, so it doesn't really stream to YouTube.
Yeah, I was looking at it on YouTube for you. It's still just your regular flag.
Yeah. Well, it says watch stream. It's a different window there now, and he has to actually click it, so it doesn't really work like that, sadly. Because then I could actually post the pictures that you were talking about and stuff when you were doing it.
It's okay.
Well, it would be good for the for YouTube to be able to see what we were talking about.
That would be.
If killed it.
Copy that. It's just me and Judy now. And my water.
In YouTube, what we were showing.
Guess I have to harden my pressure knowledge a little bit so he can. I wonder if there is a way to show that on screen. What I need to do is link the ASI Air Pro directly with my Wi-Fi network. That way I can broadcast it live when we do stuff. That'd be pretty cool.
You like your ASI Air?
I like the ASI Air Plus more than the Pro, just for the Wi-Fi range. I bought a little VNet Wi-Fi extender, but it still just drops in and out so bad. So with the Pro, I have to walk outside with the iPad, but with Plus, I can literally set inside the living room through a window about probably 30 feet away and have good 5G connection.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. It's only whenever with the way my scope is mounted, the way it's mounted on my scope, it's only at certain declinations that I have a problem. Because it's actually just hiding behind my scope.
But you actually have the original ASI, right?
Right.
Well, see, the Pro did its own self in because it didn't put external antenna, and it's framed in metal, so it limited its own Wi-Fi. Yeah,
Yeah, this is internal antenna, but it's all plastic, so
yep.
it
They
doesn't,
kept.
doesn't restrict it.
Yeah, they built it out of metal on the Pro, but kept the internal antenna. For $40, you can set a Pro into a guy that's I think he's in Illinois, and he'll put an external antenna on it that fixes the problem. But the Plus now comes with the external antenna on it. And instead of having to use an SD card for your memory and your program, it's on a. I forgot what they upgraded to. But I don't know. I think they got the regular ASI with the same upgrades because you can do the multi-star guiding. And now they've actually had a feature in. I don't know if you used it in a couple months, but here about probably I noticed it first time about a month and a half ago. Instead of just simply going to target, now anywhere on your screen, like say you want to move it a little bit to the left instead of having to manually move it, you can actually point to the spot on the screen you want to be the center spot, and it will actually recognize that and go make that your new center point. Makes framing a lot easier. Makes framing so much easier.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, yeah, when I first got it, it was exceedingly limited, but it was still pretty cool and actually did most of what I wanted. And they've had quite a few upgrades since then, and I really haven't upgraded it in almost a year. So it's probably got a lot more it needs to do.
Oh,
the
you
problem
got
is whenever I go to set it up, it's not going to let me do anything until it does the upgrade.
Oh yeah, you might want to plug that thing into a power supply and upgrade because you got I think 2 or 3 major upgrades in a year.
Yeah, I need to do that. I just
Or I'll let
I
you
got a lot
borrow.
of stuff going on.
Or when you get close to getting started again, I'll let you borrow my Pro for a little bit.
That would be cool. I actually have a second telescope that I was just given, 8-inch Newtonian, an Orion Newtonian, if I remember right. But so that'll give me a little less focal length, a little more aperture, or a little more light gathering.
Or you don't put it on that AVX mount.
It's got its own mount, but it's a clock drive. It's not a go-to or anything. It's just it's got a clock drive on the thing.
You're probably pushing the upper limits of that AVS, but I think that AVS will hold it if you got the counterweights for it. You just have to be real careful with your wind.
Yeah, well, I've added some counterweights to it, but the issue I'm having is I'm pushing the AVX to its max right now.
Yeah, but that Neutrino will be lighter than that Smith you got on there.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, I got a lot of stuff on that Smith, and the messed up thing is the everything is so back heavy on that Smith that I have to put a pretty significant counterweight on the end of it, the other end.
Yeah, I saw that homemade. I saw that homemade weight you had on there.
Yeah. I need to get some time at the mill and actually make me a little dovetail weight to go in the track on that for it. That way I could adjust it and all. I just haven't had time to do that yet. There's a few things I want to do for it that I gotta make some parts for, but that all takes time, and just this year has not been friendly on my time.
I understand that.
But it's been a good year, so.
So, what class sky when you get to shoot at your house? What border sky are you shooting at?
Actually, I looked it up a while back, and I don't remember what it is. It's not great because I'm not far out of town. I have access to much better sky, and I actually have access. I also have a hunting lease not far from Toledo Bend.
Okay.
It's close to Toledo Bend, and there's nothing for a long ways away, and that is super crystal clear skies there.
Yeah, I think that's going to be probably Bortle 2, Bortle 3 around Toledo Bend. If I
Yeah.
remember my Dark Sky map. I'm about an hour away from a Bortle 3, but I'm in a Bortle 4 where I'm at, or almost Bortle 5, high Bortle 4, but I can get down to a low Bortle 3 in about an hour's drive. And I just took into the little camper trailer, and me and wife pack some steaks and some sides and set everything up, have a nice little dinner, break out a little adult beverages, and get everything going with the telescope and sit back there by a fire and watch all night. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. Well, you probably have the same issues I've got though. For most of the time, is you got to be careful how much you sweat on your equipment because you're going to be sweating even in the middle of the night.
Yep. My biggest problem was on even during the summer was still the dew. Until I actually have to run dew heaters constantly.
Yeah, so do I.
It blew my mind. Middle of the summer, 90 degrees, and I'm having to run a damn dew heater.
Yep. Yeah, because the humidity's so high.
Yeah.
In fact, when I had one of the spots I was at, it actually, the dew dripping off of my telescope just from one night left a trench in the ground, an indentation in the ground from just the dew dripping off of the telescope. It was just a dirt pad that I was set up on, but you could actually see where the telescope was, and it dripping. And I was actually having problems because I was getting dew that would condensate on my dew shield, and whenever it would make a puddle inside the dew shield, and whenever it would go up to the apex, that puddle would move until finally it would fall into the scope.
Oh Lord. Yeah. See, that's why I was worried about.
I ended up getting some of this PVC sheeting that had carpet on one side and it was PVC on the other. It was that really thin nap carpet. And what I did is I made a dew shield out of that, and I put the carpet side on the inside.
So to catch the water?
Yeah, so there's no smooth surface for it to condensate on. And even if it did, it would be absorbed by the carpet and not go down into the scope. And it's a dark black carpet, so there's no reflections off of it.
Well, I mean, according to Eric DeBime, he likes putrefying, so I'm surprised it didn't rot the carpet off after a couple of nights of observing.
Well, it's an outdoor carpet. It was actually some of this stuff that's made for trade shows, and it's a little outdoor carpet that's on it, so it actually works pretty good.
Basically, AstroTurf.
Sorta, yes, similar.
But to show how close we are, you said you go to Toledo Bend. I go to Rayburn to shoot a lot.
Oh, there you go.
So, 2 good bass lakes and decent skies to boot.
Excellent. Well, I go to Houston a lot. I just my son had a heart transplant in Houston, and he spent 3.5 years on the transplant list. So.
Oh, is he doing well?
He's doing quite well, and he just made it back home. So.
See, I'm 120 miles north of Houston.
Okay. Yeah, you're a little ways up there, but.
I work as a paramedic firefighter. So in my early days when I worked for private service, I did a lot of transfers down there. And my dad has cancer, and I take him about every other month to MD Anderson down there still.
Yep. Quite familiar with the area. All too familiar with the area.
You're probably slightly more familiar than I am right now.
Probably so, because like I said, I drove there every weekend for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Every weekend and holiday.
Yeah. Funny story was talk about government entities screwing each other out of stuff or how cheap it was. My first job was at a city-based EMS transfer service, and they had a contract. They had a contract with the local VA outlet that was in our town, and they told them, okay, we'll do it $400 per trip, and they jump on it, and they thought, man, we're gonna make lots of money off this $400 a trip. And what the VA would do, and if you ever know anything about the military, they would wait till about 10 or 11 o'clock. They asked us, well, how many people can you fit in an ambulance? I said, well, we can carry 2 if they're not very unstable. So they said, can you put one up front? I said, well, if it's just like something incredibly minor. So they would wait and have somebody that was just like going up to Houston for some type of test they couldn't do here, and then put another guy on the jump bench and another guy on the stretcher, wait till they had 3 to go, and then they'd still only pay us $400 because the contract said per trip, not per patient.
Nice. Gotta love that.
They would actually hold people and wait till they had at least 2 to 3 people going so they get the money out.
How's that? That's incredible for a government agency trying to actually save money, actually, though.
I was like, wow.
But at the expense of the people. But
well, it was
it's
another
unusual to
government
hear
agency
that.
that was doing it with it. But yeah, they'd have somebody, if anybody need any type of testing done, or say there's going to get a heart cath the next day, they'd call them up there, hey, we got a ride for you, because they, a lot of the people couldn't transport themselves. So they would actually call, if they knew somebody was having to go to Houston, they'd call somebody that had to be up the next day, and we would just, they'd get in the front seat, and we would just take them because it was free for them because they already paid for the other trip.
Yeah.
But it's 126.8 miles from the Lufkin VA, or the old Lufkin VA, to the VA downtown doors, to the ER, Ambulance Bay. Made that
Where's
trip.
the VA in Houston?
I like going through Old Spanish Trail off 59 coming in, right before you get to it's past McGregor, and but it's probably a couple lights off Fannin, off Old Spanish Trail.
Okay.
It's on the 59 side of Fannin, which Fannins don't have most of your hospitals: Texas Children's, Methodist, Memorial, Herman.
I got a phone call. Yeah, so that's not far from the Ronald McDonald House, maybe?
I'm trying to remember where the Ronald McDonald House is.
It's right by
It's in that
park.
general area.
Yeah,
the
right by the park.
Yeah, it's between the park and it's kind of on the, I guess it'd be on the south end of the hospital district. Which hospital are you familiar with the most?
Texas Children's.
Okay, it's going to be on the Texas. You remember if you come out of the Texas Children's ER and you're right there on, I think that's what is that? Is that Fannin?
Fannin is going into the ER. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
input.
So if you take a left, if you come out of the ER, take a left on Fannin, 1 or 2 streets up will be Old Spanish Trail. You take that back there, and you're probably about a half a mile. You'll be at the VA hospital or less.
You take a right on Spanish Trail? Or left?
From the left, if you take a left on, back out towards 59.
Towards 59. Okay. Yeah. No, I know where you're at.
Been there a bunch, but mostly in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s.
Are you there?
We're here.
I was wondering if Bjorn was there. Drone.
Yes, I'm here.
I just wondered, in northern Norway, when the first sunrise was this year.
I have to look that up.
Okay, because one of the most northern places in Finland, it was Monday of this week. They had the first sunrise. Since the 21st of November. The sun set on the 21st of November, and the first sunrise was on the 17th of this month.
15th of January each year, in the place of Kirkenes.
15th of January is the sunrise.
Yeah, that's what it says.
I wonder if they have any kind of celebration to go out and bask in the sunlight.
Well, it's not much sun that you get, but
But it does creep slightly above the horizon.
yeah. About, let's see if that picture comes up. That much.
You're standing on a hill with a view to the south.
Yeah, it's barely above the little ridge there. That picture was taken the day it came back, apparently.
So how long you are in the dark there?
Finland. Well, I haven't been there, but reading about it was 54 days.
It's about a little bit over 2 months. And Tromsø has it for 6 weeks. It's total darkness.
How do y'all handle the vampires?
Garlic.
Cold.
Yeah, the cold. They freeze.
Cold and garlic.
Cold and garlic.
So they're gathered out there on this small hill, looking to the south to watch the sunrise.
Yep.
That's just because their personal bubbles making it look that way. God. AFK for a second. I got to throw another log in the fireplace.
Yep. Let's see here. See if that comes up. There we go. That's how we handle the vampires. We just don't shovel any snow.
Snow blowers, or how is that done?
It's big snow blowers. It's built like that. It's not that picture didn't want to come up apparently. Try to find a picture of one.
It amazes me that it got what looks like bare ground there.
What?
Where the vehicle is and the person is standing, that looks like it's clear to the asphalt or dirt.
Yeah, they sold it afterwards. It cleans it up pretty well, the machine too, if you have a look there. That's how they
Yes.
clear it. They clear it from the top first, and then it takes time. I would guess it's the same in Finland, certain places.
I've never seen snow that deep, but maybe up in Lapland somewhere, but
Yeah. It's funny when you drive and it's really dark because the sun doesn't come up. It looks like a tunnel.
Pulling onto the shoulder to change a tire, and it's got a suck there.
Yeah, that's one of those machines you can't even see it.
navigate. How do they know that they're on the road?
Well, it's the lines on the side.
Or do they use GPS?
Well, I guess nowadays they can use GPS, but back in the day they could see the lines on the side and just tried to follow it. But the last picture there, it was really high. It was 32, almost 33 feet of snow.
Man, that's almost as bad as we had here last year.
Yeah, I'm sure, Hunter.
But you'll measure in metric. We use actual inches over here. We
Yeah,
had
you use,
almost 3/4 of an inch. So.
yeah, 33 feet and an inch. That's about the same.
Yeah.
It depends what tires you're driving on, I guess. One
Yes.
inch of snow is enough. If you have some slick summer tires, you won't, get anywhere.
Driving on the, I drove in a lot of snow. Even my old summer tires over here do okay on the snow. It's the ice that it doesn't like. And then you hit a patch of black ice, all bets are off. there's no telling where the car's going to go. Seems to always go south because that's downhill, right?
Yes.
Tire store and buy winter tires.
You mean ice like this, Hunter? It's just a patch of ice.
Yeah, that'll do it.
You think?
Oh yeah, that'll do it. When I was in Worcester, Massachusetts, they had a little hill, and at the bottom of the hill was a crossroad, and there was this little dip just before you got to the bottom, and it held a little bit of moisture right there. Always somebody sliding right through the intersection and going into the hill on the other side.
Yeah.
So, the little bit of time I was there, I saw quite a few people slide sideways through that intersection.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Bjorn, I have proof that it was worse over here. I showed you those pictures of Houston during the snowstorm last year. Main
Yeah.
Street didn't have a single car on it, but yet you show your snowstorm and they had cars on the street, so it had to have been worse here.
I agree.
Okay, I'm back. That's a lot of snow.
Bjorn showing the snow in Norway.
This is how we drive in the winter here in Norway. And of course, we all use Volvos, Swedish technology. This is big in Finland too, isn't it, Judy? The rally. Just think about it: 200,000 people driving to work in the morning in Oslo, driving like that. That's this image. Yeah, there you go, Hunter.
Yeah, if we had that much snow, that's how we would get around.
Yep.
It would probably work pretty well too.
Yep.
They would probably be dressed different though.
You think so?
Around here? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I think even the Canadians would be dressed different on there because I don't think there's quite a bit of wind that happens there.
I pass wind a lot. Oh,
Here you have, a Norwegian enjoying, his lunch.
that's a lot of lights down there below him.
And we actually have to guess what our women looks like because they're dressed like that half the year. So falling in love here is not easy. And that's on the warm days. On the cold days, you might meet this one, and you think she's nice, and then she comes home and she's crazy. You never know.
I'm going to fix me something to eat. I'll be back.
Sounds great.
Anybody know if Bot's Galaxy is a Messer object? If so, which one is it?
Sorry, what did you say?
Never mind, I found it.
I think I'll say good night.
Good night, Judy.
Yeah, it's getting about bedtime here. So, yeah, talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Hello, Gigi.